Shenxiao sect. Lu Ming pointed his fingers a few times in a row, shooting out finger forces and killing a few sea beasts. However, Lu Ming's combat strength had finally attracted the attention of a powerful sea beast. It was a seal the size of a mountain, and it pounced at Lu Ming. It's equivalent to a 2-star void emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly when he sensed the aura of the other party. However, he was not afraid at all. He rushed towards the seal and used the chaos divine palm. His palm turned gray and misty, containing the power of 4 types of laws. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on one of the seal's claws. The seal's body trembled and its claws were split open by Lu Ming. Blood flowed out continuously as its huge body was forced to retreat. The seal was extremely shocked. It was a 2-star illusionary emperor. In the sea, it had immense strength and combat strength. However, it was not Lu Ming's match and was injured by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's aura was not at the martial emperor realm yet, but he had such powerful combat strength, which shocked him. Buzz! Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He dashed forward and swam forward. The seal did not dare to pursue him. After that, Lu Ming continued to kill a few more sea beasts and gradually left the battlefield. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there was a young man following behind him. Whoosh! The seawater churned as a few emperor-to-be sea beasts chased after the young man. The young man waved his hands and a few figures appeared beside him. A puppet! Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and realized that the few figures beside the young man were puppets. They were human-shaped puppets that looked like real people, and they all carried a sword like this on their backs. However, there was no life force on its body. Therefore, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a puppet. A few puppets rushed out and fought with the sea beasts. The puppet's body was fearless of death and pain. Its combat strength was amazing. It suppressed the sea beasts and killed them in a few moves. What a wondrous puppet art! Lu Ming was a little shocked. That was because those puppets actually knew the art of divine power and could control the power of laws. It was truly unbelievable. Lu Ming knew a little about the puppet technique. When his cultivation level was still weak, he had studied puppetry in the Divine Wilderness continent. At that time, his puppetry skills were not low. However, this young man's puppetry was many times more brilliant than his. I've never heard of any power that specializes in puppeteering in the Yuan Mountain. Could it be that this person isn't someone from the Yuan Mountain? Lu Ming had an idea in his mind and he continued to move forward. However, he realized that the young man was following behind him. Lu Ming frowned slightly. What made Lu Ming frown even more was that not long after, a few more sea beasts came after him. To be more precise, they were not chasing Lu Ming but the young man. The young man controlled the puppet and killed a few sea beasts before following Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and stopped. When the young man approached, he said coldly, "This brother, why have you been following me? Brother, can you do us a favor? We can leave this sea area together." The young man cupped his fists and said. The young man was dressed in a yellow robe and was quite handsome. He didn't give off an overbearing feeling and was very polite. "Why should I help you?" Lu Ming said with a sullen face. He didn't know the other party, so why would he help him? "Brother, to tell you the truth, I'm in the Divine Land, a disciple of the Divine Puppet Sect. The Divine Puppet Sect is named after puppets. If you help me, I can give you a rare flying puppet. Its speed is amazing, and it can reach a speed of 100 times that of the space-breaking shuttle." After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a puppet that looked like an eagle appeared. It can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This kind of puppet was definitely rare and very valuable. It was most suitable for transportation. To be honest, Lu Ming was a little tempted. The land of divine destiny, Shenxiao sect? To be honest, I'm very interested in your puppetry. Lu Ming's eyes turned and he smiled. He was indeed very interested in the other party's puppetry technique. The puppets he refined could actually display nomological laws. If he could master it, it would be of great help at critical moments. "Brother, do you want to learn the art of puppetry?" "Sure, as long as we reach the divine fated land. You can follow me to the divine vulture sect to learn. One can also pass on some secret puppet techniques to you." The young man said. "Shenxiao sect's puppetry technique is willing to be taught to outsiders?" Lu Ming was suspicious. Brother, you might not know this, but the Shenxiao sect is not a sect in the traditional sense. The Shenxiao sect is formed by many powerhouses who are proficient in puppetry. The purpose is to attract more people who are proficient in puppetry to join. Therefore, in the Shenxiao sect, everyone is encouraged to exchange the Tao of puppets and various secret techniques with each other. It is not forbidden to spread it, the yellow-robed young man explained. The yellow-robed young man tossed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He found that there were indeed many secret skills related to puppets. Why didn't you find someone else? Why did you have to find me? Lu Ming asked casually. It's because your combat strength is strong. You're not even a martial supreme, but you've injured a 2-star illusionary divine seal with one move. This level of combat strength is really incredible. I didn't expect that there would be a heaven's favorite like you in the Yuan mountain. The yellow-robed young man's eyes were filled with surprise. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming's combat strength, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Then he'll take this puppet as well. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the goshawk puppet. The yellow-robed young man was overjoyed. Lu Ming had accepted the puppet, which meant that he had agreed to help him. Then the two of them walked forward. Lu Ming found out that the yellow-robed young man was called Di Kai. It was obvious that he was also a heaven's favorite. He had a king's body and the laws he controlled were the laws of craftsmanship. Artifact Dao laws were also a type of King Dao laws, and they were on par with array Dao laws. The law of craftsmanship could control all the weapons in the world and was much more superior than the law of weapons of the Yuan family. The weapon law could only control metallic weapons, but the law of craftsmanship could control any weapon. However, not long after the two of them advanced, a few more sea beasts chased after them, and they were easily dealt with by the two of them. However, after traveling for a while, they encountered sea beasts again. This made Lu Ming frown. They had already left the battlefield. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many sea beasts chasing after them. However, the fact was that there were sea beasts constantly chasing after them, as if they had locked onto them. Roar! A huge sea lion roared and broke through the water with a shocking aura. A 1-star illusionary emperor-level sea beast. Chi Kai's face was a little pale. Lu Ming rushed forward and fought with the sea lion. In just a few moves, the 1-star illusionary emperor sea lion was split open by Lu Ming's palm and died an unnatural death. Brother Lu's combat strength is truly shocking. Seeing Lu Ming kill a 1-star illusionary emperor sea lion with just a few moves with his own eyes, Di Kai's heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down. Chapter 2078 Arriving at the Divine Land. It wasn't as if he had never seen the Son of God, who was born in the land of God. The battle strength of the Son of Heaven was indeed amazing. A Son of Heaven who had reached the Emperor-to-be realm could indeed fight with a 1-star Void Emperor and even suppress him. The stronger Son of Heaven, after reaching the Emperor-to-be level, could even defeat a 1-star Void Emperor, but it would be difficult to kill him. He had never heard of someone like Lu Ming, who could kill a 1-star Emperor-to-be in a few moves. The Battle of the 10 Lands this time will probably be extremely intense. I wonder what kind of freaks will appear. Chui Kai couldn't help but think. Brother He, are you hiding something from me? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the man. He felt that something was wrong. Those sea beasts seemed to have locked onto them and were chasing after them. Brother Lu, why do you say that? Nie Kai's expression changed slightly. These sea beasts are obviously coming for us. I don't have anything. You're the only one they're after. Besides, I'm really curious. You're a heaven's favorite of the divine destiny land. Why did you come to the Yuan mountain? Now, people from all over the world are gathering toward the divine land. Lu Ming said. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Brother Lu. To be honest, a few months ago, I set off from the divine fated land and entered the Ring Sea. I stole a treasure from the Ring Sea. This treasure is very useful for refining puppets. However, at that time, I was being chased by sea beasts and all the people who followed me died. I was lucky and escaped to Yuan Mountain. This time I was preparing to return, but I didn't expect to be targeted by sea beasts. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. It seems like the sea beasts attacked the ship this time because of you, he said. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. He finally understood why there were so many sea beasts attacking the ship for no reason. This was all because he had stolen a peerless treasure from the sea. I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. I've already laid down layers of seals on that treasure, and I thought that the sea beasts wouldn't be able to sense it. Now it seems like the sea beasts still have a trace of it, or they wouldn't have attacked the ship. And there wouldn't be sea beasts constantly chasing after me. Chao Kai smiled bitterly. It seems like the sea beasts only sensed it a little. Otherwise it wouldn't be a bunch of shrimp soldiers chasing after you, but a true emperor. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, do you have a solution? Richard said. Yes, you can leave that treasure to me for safekeeping. One can completely isolate the aura of the treasure. Lu Ming smiled slightly and looked at the splitting. All right. To Lu Ming's surprise, Inai Kai nodded and took out a storage ring, handing it to Lu Ming. It must be known that it was definitely a peerless treasure since it could attract so many powerful sea beasts. Lu Ming had not expected it to be split open and handed over to him. Brother Lu, the treasure is in the storage ring. I've overlapped several storage rings and placed them in my Eden treasure, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't completely isolate it. Gao Kai sighed. With his status, he naturally did not lack Grotto Heaven treasures. Brother He, don't worry. I'll return it to you. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the storage ring that he had split open into two into the mountain and river diagram. Naturally, Lu Ming did not rely on the mountain and river diagram to isolate the aura of the treasure. Even if he used an Eden treasure to cut it open, it would not be able to isolate it. Naturally, the mountain and river diagram would be useless as well. Lu Ming relied on the divine breath technique. The mountain and river diagram was in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to completely conceal the aura in his body and isolate it. Naturally, at the same time, it also isolated the aura emitted by the sea of consciousness. After that, the two of them continued to move forward. As expected, they did not attract any more sea beasts. The two of them continued on their journey, and after a day, the two of them flew out of the sea. Brother Lu, we won't be able to reach the divine land if we go like this. The ocean is constantly changing, and it's easy to get lost. There are also many dangerous places. We need to stop a cross-sea warship to reach the divine land. Richard said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Di Kai was a proud son of heaven in the land of a divine destiny. He knew more about the Ring Sea. After that, he took out a puppet and suspended it in the air. The two of them sat on the puppet and waited quietly. Now they could only try their luck and see if there were any cross-sea warships passing by. Fortunately, during this period of time, there were many cross-sea warships coming and going, so they might be able to encounter them. As for Lu Ming, he sat on the puppet and studied the puppet technique. The puppet technique recorded in the Jade Talisman given by Chi Kai was extremely profound. However, Lu Ming already had the foundation of puppetry. Most importantly, he had mastered the Array Dao laws. Although the laws of Array Dao didn't match the puppetry techniques like the laws of craftsmanship, inscriptions and runes were also necessary to refine puppets. Therefore, by controlling the Array Dao laws and comprehending the puppetry technique, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just like that, they waited here for half a month. Boom! 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 In front of them a huge object was sailing over. It was the sea-crossing warship, and it was heading from the Yuan Mountain to the Divine Land. The two of them released their auras and made a commotion, attracting the attention of the people on the cross-sea warship. As the cross-sea battleship approached, one of the powerhouses stared at them and said, "What's wrong with you? Why did it appear in the Ring Sea? My lord, our cross-sea warship was attacked by sea beasts more than half a month ago and was blown up. We escaped." Chi Kai replied. "So you're the survivors of that cross-sea warship? Come on." That expert's expression changed, and then he let the two of them board the ship. The last time the cross-sea battleship was attacked by the sea beasts, many people had survived. This news had already spread, and the cross-sea battleships passing by had naturally heard of it. Since they had encountered survivors, they naturally didn't mind giving them a ride. Of course, raw gemstones had to be paid. The two of them boarded the cross-sea battleship. The cross-sea battleship was restarted, and they headed toward the Divine Land. This time there was no more danger. After 7 days, they finally crossed the Ring Sea and arrived at the Divine Fated Land. What a rich origin Chi. The origin chi in the Divine Land is even richer than that in Yuan Mountain. After getting off the cross-sea warship and arriving at the shore, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Brother Lu, the Shenxiao sect is a force near the sea. You can go there from the nearby teleportation array, Richard said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. It was his first time in the Divine Land and he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. He needed to find a place to settle down and get to know the place better. Moreover, there were still more than 4 months before the Battle of the 10 Lands. It was still early, so he was not in a hurry to go to Destiny City. He could take a look around. Brother He, this is your storage ring. Lu Ming returned the storage ring that he had split open. Many thanks, Brother Lu. Chu Kai received it and expressed his gratitude. When he handed the storage ring to Lu Ming previously, he was already prepared that Lu Ming would not return it. If Lu Ming did not return it, he could not do anything about it. Lu Ming returned the storage ring to him. He was rather touched and admired Lu Ming. He was indeed impressed that he was unmoved by the treasure in front of him. The gathering of geniuses, the Shenxiao sect, was located along the coast of the divine fated land. It was a sect formed by many experts who were profound in puppetry. They emphasized mutual exploration and the idea of common progress. Therefore, relatively speaking, the Shenxiao sect was very free. Lu Ming brought Xiao Yu and Dekai to the Shenxiao sect, but no one cared. What a wondrous puppet! Walking within the Shenxiao sect, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Inside the Shenxiao sect, all kinds of puppets could be seen everywhere. There were beast-shaped ones, human-shaped ones, and some human-shaped ones which were almost exactly the same as humans. These puppets were helping the Shenxiao sect with various matters, such as mining, refining, and even planting spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. There were many things that didn't need to be handled by people, and were directly handed over to the puppets. I heard that when the puppetry technique is cultivated to the highest level, it can allow the puppet to gain sentience and become no different from a living being. That's truly wondrous. Chu Kai sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Earth One, Gold One, and the others in the Chaos Hall. Weren't they puppets? They were no different from normal living beings. Following that, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu would stay in the Shenxiao sect for the time being. There were some places in the Shenxiao sect that could help people comprehend the puppetry. Lu Ming walked around the Shenxiao sect, comprehending the puppet technique. Of course, he wouldn't put all his energy into puppetry. His own cultivation was the most important. Puppeteering only required a little bit of proficiency. Half a month later, Lu Ming's puppetry technique had improved greatly. He could now control a few powerful puppets with his soul power. This way it was almost enough. Today Dekai found Lu Ming and Xiao Yu. He told Lu Ming that in a few days, there would be 2 powerful sons of heaven fighting on the ancient emperor stage. These 2 sons of God were also the sons of death. 2 children of death? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Now the paragons from all over the world have poured into the Divine Land. In addition to the paragons of the Divine Land itself, the number of paragons is truly as high as the clouds. It has reached an unprecedented level, and is extremely brilliant. The Battle of the 10 Lands hasn't started yet. The paragons of the various lands are wandering around the land of divine destiny. From time to time there will be clashes. The battles between the paragons happen often, especially those who control the same law. They all want to surpass each other and become the only one. The battle is even more intense. Chi Kai explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was inevitable. Moreover, before the battle in the 10 Lands, he could feel out his opponent's strength so that he would have an idea of what to do. The battle between the 2 sons of God has attracted a large number of heaven's favorites. Do you want to go and take a look? Richard said. Go. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had comprehended the death law, he might be able to gain some insights by watching the battles between the other children of death. Also, he was very curious about who the 2 children of death were. He had seen 2 children of death before. One was the Death Blade, and the other was Ji Long from the land of myriad demons. Was it the 2 of them? Perhaps there were others who had mastered the law of death? They immediately set off. The ancient emperor stage was a 2-day journey away from here. The battle was scheduled for 3 days later. They didn't want to waste any time just in case they couldn't make it. 2 days later, They arrived at a small city near the ancient emperor stage and rested there for a night. On the second day, it was the day of the battle between the two children of death. They then headed towards the ancient emperor stage. When they arrived, the place was already packed with people. At a glance, many of them were young Heaven's Pride experts, and there were also some of the older generation. All of them were standing around a platform. This platform looked extremely ancient and was filled with the marks of time. This was the ancient emperor platform. According to the legends, there were ancient heavenly emperors who comprehended Tao here. This platform was sturdy and immortal, and it had also become the place where many powerhouses fought. Around the platform there were 9 stone pillars that pierced through the sky, giving off a feeling of superiority. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd and he found a few familiar faces. For example, Wei Tiandao and the others were all geniuses of the Yuan Mountain. Back then, they had cultivated together in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Buzz! At this moment, a figure flashed and rushed up to one of the 9 stone pillars. He stood on top of the stone pillar and looked down on everyone. Who is this person? You dare to stand on the gazing emperor pillar with such confidence? Could it be that he's a son of God? If not, he'll definitely be beaten into a pig head. Some people cried out in surprise, while others sneered gloatingly. Lu Ming understood the meaning of the gazing emperor pillar after the explanation. He was not looking at any ordinary martial sovereign, but the heavenly sovereign. Stepping onto the gazing emperor pillar represented talent, potential, and status. Only the strongest heaven's favorites could stand on top of the pillar. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would definitely be thrown off. Buzz! Not long after, another figure stepped onto the gazing emperor pillar. This was a handsome young man wearing a purple and gold robe, and his face was filled with cold arrogance. That's Ziliosu. He only has a king body. Although I've heard that he has cultivated the light of laws and is very powerful, I'm afraid he's not strong enough to stand on the emperor gazing pillar. That's right. Just watch. Someone is definitely going to make a move. Seeing the purple and golden-robed young man fly up the emperor gazing pillar, the surrounding people began to discuss. Just as the crowd was discussing, a young man in a black robe appeared in the air. Step by step, he walked toward Ziliosu, and his powerful aura crushed toward Ziliosu. A mere king physique and you want to step onto the gazing emperor pillar? Get the hell out! The black-robed young man said indifferently, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Let's see if you have the ability to make me go down. You're courting death. Ziliosu said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as a beam of light spread out and covered his entire body. Not only that, but there was also a purple river that danced around him, making him look like a god. Light of law, river of law. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of the geniuses from all over the world, there were too many geniuses in the Divine Destiny land. This Ziliosu was definitely powerful. He had a peerless king body and had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. He had also cultivated the light of laws. In the past, when it was rare for a child of heaven to appear, he would definitely be a heaven's favorite who could suppress the world. If the son of heaven didn't appear, who could compete with him? Even in the golden age, he was still a top-notch genius. However, the black-robed young man's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of disdain as he said, "If you don't get lost, then I'll make you get lost." Buzz! An NBSP whoosh. The space seemed to tremble, and 6 pitch-black vortexes suddenly appeared behind the black-robed young man. The vortex kept spinning, as if it was trying to suck people's minds in. The 6 paths of reincarnation, it's the law of reincarnation. This is a child of samsara. I know who he is. It's Yu-He. He's Yu-He, the peerless genius of the Divine Destiny land. Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This person was also a scion of samsara, just like Ouyang Moli. If this person were to encounter Ouyang Moli, there would probably be a battle. The moment Yi's law of reincarnation appeared, Zilius's expression turned ugly dash. The 6 sons of God, are you going to get down yourself? Or do you want me to make you get out? Yu-He looked at Ziliosu indifferently, his disdain growing. Zilius's expression was extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "So what if he's the son of samsara? am going to see how powerful the law of samsara is today. You're overestimating yourself. Yuhi coldly spoke as he stepped forward. Boom! The 6 vortexes on Yuhi's back moved with him and shot toward Ziliosu. The 6 vortexes spun rapidly and exploded with terrifying power, trying to pull Ziliosu in and drag him into the cycle of reincarnation. Zilius's expression was extremely serious. He exploded with all his power, and purple light burst forth from his body, forming a purple sword light that slashed toward Yuha. Ziliosu had used all his strength in this move. It was powerful enough to shock ordinary people. However, he was facing a scion of samsara. Boom! The whirlpool of the 6 paths of reincarnation pressed down and Zilius's sword radiance disintegrated into purple light spots. Zilius's body shook violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Everyone was shocked. Just one move and Ziliosu was defeated. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and could not even withstand a single blow. Is the difference between the king physique and the son of God that big? Someone said unwillingly. This was also a king body. Yi's cultivation must have reached the emperor-to-be realm as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Ziliosu in one move. However, the difference between the son of heaven and the body of a king is indeed huge. In a battle of the same level, the body of a king is no match for the son of heaven. Unless the son of heaven didn't cultivate the light of law. In that case, it's possible to compete with the king physique, but the chances of losing are still high. Some of the geniuses sighed. There's no need to sigh. The Son of God does indeed have an absolute advantage below the martial supreme realm. He's almost invincible in a battle of the same realm, but that's only for those below the martial supreme realm. After reaching the martial emperor realm, one can comprehend many laws. Some of them don't even have the king body. Great talents mature late. Before the martial emperor realm, their performance was mediocre, but after breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they rose up in one fell swoop and comprehended the strongest law. It's enough to compete with or even defeat the Son of God. A young man spoke, full of confidence in himself. Many people's eyes lit up with hope when they heard this. Yes, that was indeed the case. The so-called king's body and the Son of God only gave him a temporary advantage. However, after he became a martial sovereign, this advantage would weaken. This was because martial sovereigns could comprehend a variety of laws. Some people below the rank of martial sovereigns could only comprehend ordinary laws. However, after breaking through to the rank of a martial sovereign, they could comprehend an ultimate law in one go. They would then break through all the barriers and become unparalleled experts. There were many such examples in history. After defeating Ziliosu, Yuha landed on the emperor-gazing pillar and stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an overbearing aura. Ziliosu glared at Yuhi, but in the end, she didn't step on the other gazing emperor pillars. If one's strength was insufficient, even if they stepped on it, they would be blasted down. Some of the other king bodies were also tempted, but they held back. At this moment, some people looked at the young man who was the first to step onto the gazing emperor pillar. This person was dressed in a white robe. Even after seeing Yuhi defeat Ziliosu, his expression remained calm. Everyone immediately knew that this person was also a son of God. The 2 sons of death hadn't even arrived yet, and 2 sons of heaven had already appeared. This made everyone look forward to it. When the children of heaven gather, will they have a duel first? Haha, it's really lively. A loud laugh sounded out as a red-robed young man stepped through the air and directly landed on one of the gazing the emperor pillars. Some people recognized that this was also a son of God from the land of divine destiny. The divine land was the most powerful land in the primordial realm. It was vast and boundless. Apart from the desolate land, the other 8 lands added together were only as big as the divine land. There were naturally many geniuses. It was said that the divine land had each of the 10 ultimate maxims. Some even had more than one ultimate maxim. It was truly shocking for the top 10 to gather in one place. Amagba! A Buddhist proclamation sounded, and a young monk stepped through the air. A snow-white cassock fluttered in the wind, untainted by dust and dirt. The monk also landed on one of the emperor-gazing pillars. It's Saint Monk Wuchan of Boundless Temple. Someone exclaimed in shock. Saint Monk Wuchan is here too. One heard that he controls the law of karma, one of the 10 strongest laws. Everything is within karma. Someone said solemnly. The law of karma. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The law of karma was also one of the top 10 laws. Without a doubt, it was an extremely terrifying and mysterious law. Everything in the world had cause and effect, and the cycle of cause and effect formed the world. To be able to control the law of karma and to be able to control karma, this was definitely terrifying. It could kill people without them noticing. 4. Now it was the 4th child of God. Many people were looking forward to seeing if these children of heaven would start a war. At this moment, 2 streaks of light flew over from the distance. These 2 rainbow lights were also 2 young men. They did not slow down and landed on the Wangdi pillar. It's him. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the son of the void, the top genius of the immortal demon kingdom in the land of infinite demons. Some people recognized the other person. He was a peerless genius of the divine fated land. 6 sons of God. Someone exclaimed. This time it's a golden age that's rarely seen since ancient times. Many sons of God have been born in various places. My land of 10,000 demons has 40,000 sons of heaven. As the crowd discussed, some of the geniuses from the land of infinite demons proudly said. It was already very shocking that there were 4 children of God in one place. How many sons of God are there in your Yuan mountain? Someone asked the heaven's favorites from Mount Yuan. 6 of you. A heaven's favorite from Mount Yuan replied. 6? You're just bragging. How can there be 6 of you in your Yuan mountain? The paragons of the land of myriad demons immediately became suspicious. Among the 10 lands of the primordial realm, apart from the Forsaken land, the strength of Yuan Mountain was considered weak. Now the heaven's favorite of Yuan Mountain actually said that there were 6 sons of heaven in Yuan Mountain, which immediately aroused suspicion. Many people cast contemptuous looks at the Yuan Mountain. Being looked down upon by others, the heaven's favorites of Yuan Mountain were unhappy. Of course, Wei Tiandao said, there are indeed 6 sons of heaven in our Mount Yuan. They are the son of chaos, the son of eternity, the son of death, the son of spacetime, the son of life, and the son of samsara. What? There's a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain? It's getting more and more outrageous. It's possible to say that there are other sons of heaven, but it's most likely a lie to say that there's a son of chaos. Some people looked at him with disdain. Although the 10 ultimate maxims were equally famous and ranked side by side, there were actually 2 maxims that were the rarest and had the lowest probability of appearing in history. The laws of chaos and the laws of fate. Chapter 2080 Crushing those of the same level, the laws of chaos and the laws of fate. These 2 laws were stronger and more profound than the other ultimate laws. The law of fate, as its name suggested, could control fate. All things in the world had fate. This law was extremely terrifying. The laws of chaos existed even before the heavens and earth were created. Everything in the world was born from chaos. The laws of chaos were known as the Emperor of Laws. It was not just for show. Therefore, when many people heard that there was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain, they found it hard to believe. We're telling the truth. Wei Tiandao and the rest said. Although Wei Tiandao had a grudge against Lu Ming, he had to mention Lu Ming at this time or he would be looked down upon. The others were bewildered. Could it be that the son of chaos had really been born in Yuan Mountain? Then the battle of the 10 lands this time would probably be even more intense. That was because there was also a son of chaos in the divine land. He was unimaginably powerful, and had almost defeated all the enemies in the divine land. There were so many paragons in the divine land, but only a few were a match for the son of chaos. Even some of the other sons of heaven had lost to him. If there really was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain, who would be stronger if the 2 of them were to fight? As everyone discussed, Lu Ming smiled and was not too bothered. Brother Lu, aren't you going up to occupy one of the emperor-gazing pillars? He opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. He was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. It was terrifying and shocking. He was definitely a son of God, an extremely terrifying one. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed his desire. Didn't he come to the divine land to fight against these top heaven's favorites and improve himself? In the Yuan Mountain he had almost no opponents. Ever since the battle at the Lotus Flower World in the Star River, he had not appeared. Now that so many children of heaven had appeared, Lu Ming's body also exuded a trace of fighting spirit. "Chou, wait for me here," Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu. "Young master, go. All the best." Qiu Yu waved her little fist. Lu Ming smiled and his figure soared into the sky. Then, he flew towards one of the gazing emperor pillars and landed on one of them. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. "It's him." The paragons of Yuan Mountain were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. In the Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming's reputation had already reached its peak. Not only had he defeated the Star River, but he had also controlled the heavenly emperor's body and killed several martial sovereigns in succession. In the end, he had even abused the great emperor of the He clan. Such a battle record was truly like a magnitude 12 earthquake. "He is the son of chaos in my Yuan Mountain." A heavens chosen from the Yuan Mountain spoke. "What?" Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming. This was the son of chaos in Yuan Mountain? Was he the real son of chaos? Even the sons of God on the gazing emperor pillar looked at Lu Ming. Some of them were filled with fighting spirit. "Son of chaos? I'd like to see how strong your combat power is." Sure enough, someone moved. It was a gray-robed young man with a burly figure. Previously, someone had recognized that this person came from the land of Heavenly Barbarian, one of the 10 lands of the Yuan continent. He was a son of primordial chaos who controlled the primordial chaos laws. Primordial chaos laws and chaos laws were the most similar among the 10 ultimate laws. The chaos had yet to open, and the primordial chaos had yet to be judged. However, the world had always placed chaos laws above primordial chaos laws. Now that the son of primordial chaos saw Lu Ming, he naturally revealed his fighting spirit. Boom! This person was called Huang Meng. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from him as he stepped on the air and flew towards Lu Ming. Absolute saint in the great circle. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Huang Meng's cultivation was at the peak of the perfected absolute saint realm. He was only one step away from the emperor to be realm. Boom! Huang Meng took action very directly. He was like a primordial beast, his entire body suffused with primordial chaos laws. Primordial chaos laws were like chaos laws as heavy as mountains. Huang Meng threw a punch, and a terrifying fist force headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the chaos divine palm. His palm was like a chaos stone and he slapped it at Huang Meng. Thump! The sky shook like a huge drum, and a shocking boom erupted. Then a figure retreated continuously. The void trembled under his feet. It was Huang Meng. The one who retreated was Huang Meng. As for Lu Ming, he was standing on the gazing emperor pillar, motionless. "It's the law of chaos. It's really the law of chaos," someone exclaimed. Before he made a move, some people still did not believe it. Now that he made a move, they finally saw that Lu Ming was really using the laws of chaos. A son of chaos had really appeared in Yuan Mountain. "Again die!" Huang Ming shouted. A layer of nomological light emanated from his body as he charged at Lu Ming again. He punched out continuously. Each punch was as heavy as a mountain, and each punch could blow up a mountain. Lu Ming still activated the Chaos Divine Palm and met the attack. Boom! Boom! In the sky there were constant explosions. The force from the two's fight turned into a gale that swept in all directions, causing those who were close to it to retreat. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Huang Ming's body was forced back. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with intense shock. This was because Lu Ming's chaos laws did not form a river. This meant that Lu Ming was not in the Emperor-to-be realm but in the perfected absolute saint realm. In a battle at the same level, he was actually suppressed. This made him a little discouraged. "Thanks for letting me win," Lu Ming said. Just now he had not used any other laws, only the laws of chaos. Although his chaos laws were only at 99% maturity, comparable to the other party's primordial chaos laws, he was still in a state of shock. However, Lu Ming's physical body was already stronger than the average child of God. Furthermore, Lu Ming's array Dao laws had already formed a river. After tempering his physical body once, his physical body had become even stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming's saint energy was stronger than the average person's. Therefore, even if Lu Ming only used the law of chaos, no one would be his match in a battle of the same level. Naturally, he could crush Huang Meng. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was only at the same level as Huang Meng, but he could crush Huang Meng. They were both children of God, so how could this be? Could the laws of chaos really be that powerful? However, there were also sons of chaos in the land of divine destiny. Although their combat strength was strong, they could not crush the sons of heaven of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. "You're very strong. I'm not your match." Huang Meng shook his head and returned to the emperor gazing pillar. "I'll try." After Huang Meng retreated, another person stepped forward, and a powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. Imperial River, the child of Samsara. Many people revealed excited expressions. Yuha was about to make his move. Yuha had already entered the Emperor-to-be realm. The combat strength of a son of heaven at the Emperor-to-be realm was absolutely shocking. He was going to fight Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? A battle in the air. Lu Ming was very straightforward. With that, he soared into the sky. Chapter 2082 Cross-Level Battle. Imperial River took a step forward, and his body also shot into the sky. Lu Ming and Yuhi stood opposite each other in the sky. Before they even made a move, their powerful auras were constantly colliding. Yuha was dressed in a black robe, and his entire body was suffused with the light of the laws of reincarnation. Behind him, there were 6 vortexes that were spinning non-stop. He wanted to let everything in the world enter reincarnation. Bang! Yuhi took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. A long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out and the long sword enlarged rapidly, turning into a huge sword. The most shocking thing was that there were 6 reincarnation vortexes on the giant sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was filled with the light of the chaotic laws. He was fearless as he rushed towards Yi's giant sword. At the same time, he used the chaotic divine palm and struck out. Lu Ming did not use any other laws. He simply used the laws of chaos. He wanted to see how strong he was without using any other laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm struck Yuhi's huge sword. It was as if 2 divine weapons had collided and a terrifying vibration was produced. A powerful force shot out and Yuhi's sword was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body also took a few steps back. This move was evenly matched. So powerful. How can the son of chaos be so powerful? Many people were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming was only in the perfection of an absolute saint, but he could actually fight against Yuhi. Yuha had already broken through to the Emperor-to-be realm. Once one reached the level of Emperor-to-be, the laws would be perfect and would form a river. Moreover, when he broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm, both his body and saint power would be tempered by the laws and would be greatly improved. The great circle of the absolute saint realm seemed to be only one step away from an Emperor-to-be, but the difference in strength was huge. And now both of them were the sons of God. However, Lu Ming's ability to resist the Imperial River despite his cultivation being behind. It was truly shocking. Kill! Yuha let out a long howl. His eyes were like 2 vortexes as dark as ink. He strode forward and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his palm and the 2 of them engaged in an intense confrontation. The crowd could only see 2 figures clashing and fighting in the air. The scene was terrifying. Is this still the battle strength of an Emperor-to-be? This is comparable to a Marshal Supreme. The Son of God, once he breaks through to the Emperor-to-be realm, his combat strength is really comparable to a Martial Emperor. One heard that Yuha just broke through to the Emperor-to-be realm not long ago, but he's still a genuine Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming, who's only a perfected absolute saint, can actually fight with Yuha. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yuhi had exchanged dozens of moves. Many people could not calm down and were discussing excitedly. Of course, they did not know that Lu Ming had already perfected one of his laws. His body and saint energy had been tempered once. Although it was only the tempering of the King Path law, it had improved greatly. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Lu Ming to fight against you. He with his cultivation base of a perfected ultimate saint with only one chaos law. But now Lu Ming could definitely block the other party. Imperial River was equally shocked, but he was already really angry. He was originally very ambitious and wanted to stand out in the Battle of the 10 Lands. He wanted to be famous and obtain great opportunities. But now, before the Battle of the 10 Lands had even started, he had encountered an unprecedented setback. With his emperor-to-be cultivation, he couldn't even take down a person in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He was the scion of Samsara, known to be invincible among his peers. But now, he couldn't take down someone whose cultivation was lower than his. This was a huge blow to his self-confidence. Therefore, he had to defeat Lu Ming. Yuha let out a long roar and used his strength to the maximum. The sword whistled unceasingly. The 6 vortexes of the reincarnation vortex merged together and turned into a huge vortex. It wanted to pull Lu Ming into the vortex and reincarnate. However, Lu Ming was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. Whoosh! This time Lu Ming used the chaos finger of tribulation. With a point of his finger, a huge chaos finger of tribulation was formed and pointed at the huge reincarnation vortex. Boom! 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 The two of them collided, creating a terrifying explosion. In the end, the two of them disappeared. Lu Ming and Yuhi retreated 1,000 meters respectively and stood in the air. Imperial River's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not take down Lu Ming and could only fight to a draw with him. The other sons of God on the pillar were also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Once he broke into the emperor-to-be realm, who could defeat him? It seems that the world is full of geniuses. I have underestimated them in the past. Yuhi slowly spoke. At this moment he had already regained his calm. You're also very strong, Lu Ming said. Let's fight again in the 10 Lands battle. After saying this, Yuhi stepped out and returned to the gazing emperor pillar. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the gazing emperor pillar. This Lu Ming is really getting more and more terrifying, Wei Tiandao muttered. The paragons of the Yuan mountain felt it the most. They knew that Lu Ming still had a secret skill that he had not used. Back then, when he was fighting against the Star River, Lu Ming had used that secret skill to defeat the Star River. If he used that secret technique, even Yuhi wouldn't be his match. I heard that the people in the Stellar River have long broken through to the emperor-to-be realm. But now, it seems that even if the Stellar River has broken through to the emperor-to-be realm, they are not Lu Ming's match. Some of the heaven's favorites from Mount Yuan discussed in low voices. Brother Lu, I didn't even use my full strength. Chikai pursed his lips. He had seen Lu Ming's moves before. He could easily kill a 1-star illusionary emperor. That kind of combat strength was far beyond what he had just displayed. However, since Lu Ming did not reveal it, he would not tell anyone. By now there were more and more people here. They're here. Suddenly, someone spoke and looked to the east. A figure was flying over at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the light receded, and a young man appeared in the air. It's him, Deathblade. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This young man was indeed the Deathblade. In the next moment, another streak of light flew over from the west, and a young man appeared. It's him. Lu Ming recognized this young man. He was the son of death of the eternal devil nation in the land of infinite devils, Zhelang. It was obvious that they were the two people who were fighting. Come on stage and let's decide the winner. Zhelang looked at the Deathblade. Just what I wanted, the Deathblade said indifferently. The two of them moved at the same time, stepping onto the ancient emperor stage. Boom! Boom! The two of them stood opposite each other, and a terrifying aura of death emanated from their bodies at the same time. The auras of death clashed, as though they wanted to turn the ancient emperor stage into a kingdom of death. It was extremely rare for the children of God of the same law to fight, and everyone watched without blinking. Lu Ming looked at it more seriously. After all, he had also comprehended the death law. Suddenly, the two of them moved. They turned into two shadows and charged at each other, fighting fiercely. The entire ancient emperor stage had turned into a land of death, and it was covered by the laws of death. Many people revealed a look of fear. Now, if an ordinary person stepped into that area, they would probably be instantly deprived of their vitality by the law of death and die on the spot. Revival of the Celestial Emperor's statue 2.5 years ago. Both Archie-Deathblade and Zhelang had been in the perfected absolute saint realm. But now, both of them had reached the emperor-to-be realm. With more than 2 years of accumulation, plus the fact that the two of them must have been cultivating in some secret place, Their progress must have been very fast. Just like the Death Blade, Lu Xiangxiang, and the others, they had been sent to a secret place by the emperor to cultivate and had only come out not long ago. Boom! Boom! The two sons of death kept clashing, and the air of death filled the air, turning into a terrifying lulling force that swept in all directions. In a short period of time, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Death's Abyss. Jilong performed his ultimate move and condensed an abyss of death, covering the sky and the Death Blade. He wanted to pull the Death Blade into the abyss of death and bury him. The Death Blade moved extremely fast, trying to dodge, but the abyss of death was too big, covering the sky. The Death Blade was instantly drawn into the abyss of death. Was the Death Blade going to lose? Many people were moved. It's not that easy. They're all children of death, and their cultivation levels are similar. It's not that easy to determine the winner. Someone shook his head. As expected, the abyss of death trembled and a terrifying blade light broke out from the abyss of death. Heavenly Blade of Death, kill! A cold voice came from the abyss of death, and a huge blade light slashed out from the abyss of death. Boom! The abyss of death trembled and exploded. A figure with a terrifying blade light rushed out of the abyss of death. Slash! The Death Blade rushed out, and its blade light soared into the sky. Each blade carried a terrifying aura of death. As the blade light passed, even space seemed to fall into a dead silence. Jilong shouted and continued to fight with the Death Blade. The usage of each nomological law is different. Different people can use the same nomological law differently even if they master it. Lu Ming looked at it seriously and pondered. Looking at the battle between the Death Blade and Jilong, Lu Ming seemed to have come to a realization. His comprehension of the law of death had deepened. Death Blade and Jilong had been fighting for hundreds of moves. At this time, both of them were exhausted. It was a competition of individual will and combat experience. I will definitely win. The Death Blade howled, his hair flying in the air. His eyes were filled with unyielding battle intent. It was as if he wanted to defeat anything that was placed in front of him. His blade of death became even sharper and more dazzling as it continuously slashed towards Jilong. Jilong was gradually at a disadvantage. The Death Blade is going to win. The Death Blade's willpower is even stronger. It's even stronger than Jilong's. We're both children of death, but the victor will be decided today. Many people were discussing. After another dozen or so moves, Jilong was no match for the blade of death. A deep wound appeared on his body, and it was constantly corroding him. Even though he had mastered the law of death, it was difficult to erase it in a short time. Jilong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to the Death Blade. Before the Battle of the 10 Lands had even started, he had been defeated at the hands of another son of death. This was a huge blow to him. The others also sighed. After this battle, the Death Blade had revealed his abilities and defeated another son of God. He had strengthened his belief and his belief that he would not lose. After this battle, the Death Blade would definitely transform and reach a higher level. On the contrary, Jilong's will would probably be affected, and he would be even more vulnerable when facing the Death Blade in the future. This was also why when the same kind of children of God met, they would definitely fight. Because only by defeating the same kind of child of God and stepping on the other could one make themselves stronger, and forge an undefeatable belief and step onto the peak. This time in the Golden Age, there might be more than 2 children of death, but at least the Death Blade had already defeated one and could continue to compete for the throne. As for Jilong, he had already lost the qualification to become the strongest son of death. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter later on, it would be very difficult for him to turn the tables. You've lost, the Death Blade said indifferently. I will defeat you in the Battle of the 10 Lands, Jilong said. He couldn't admit defeat just like that. Otherwise, he would never be a match for the Death Blade. After today's defeat, you will be even less of a match for me in the future. The Death Blade spoke with an undefeatable belief. He then rose into ardor and left. After the Death Blade left, Jilong also left and the battle ended. Haha, let me tell you, the Death Blade also came from my Yuan mountain. The Heaven's Pride expert of Mount Yuan laughed. This surprised some people. Lu Ming was also from Mount Yuan. He had just defeated a scion of Samsara, And it was a shocking fear for Arichi weak to defeat Arichi strong. And this rhyme, the death blade had defeated another child of death. And this child of death was also from Mount Yuan. The Yuan mountain was incredible. A few terrifying heaven's favorites had appeared one after another. Were there really 6 sons of God in Yuan mountain? Some of the geniuses had serious expressions. On the gazing the emperor pillar, the children of heaven glanced at Lu Ming before they rose into the air and left. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. 11 Some of the geniuses came over to greet Lu Ming. They were all from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Some of them were even enemies with Lu Ming back then. Because at that time, there were 4 alliances in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, such as the Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Alliance. Now, the leader of the Knights Association was smiling and greeting Lu Ming. Brother Luo. Lu Ming nodded. The leader of the Knights Association was called Luo Zhan. Brother Lu, you're getting stronger and stronger. I'm already far behind you now. Luo Zhan sighed. He had a king body and was now an emperor-to-be. But Lu Ming could even defeat the Son of Heaven, an emperor-to-be. He was even worse. Brother Luo, you're too polite. Alright, you guys came here a few days earlier. Have you seen Long Chan, Huang Li, and the others? Lu Ming asked. From what he knew, Long Chan, Desolate Power, and a few others had already arrived at the Divine Fate Land. Logically speaking, if they were nearby, they should have come to watch such a big show. However, Lu Ming did not see a single one of them. Half a month ago, I did see Long Chan and Huang Li. The 2 of them were adventuring together. However, one haven't seen them recently. They must have left this region and headed towards Destiny City, Luo Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded. The Battle of the 10 Lands was getting closer and closer. It was possible that they had already reached Destiny City. Brother Lu, are you guys going to Aeon City? It's said that after entering Aeon City, the Celestial Emperor's statue will awaken and emit the aura of our heavenly Tao. It's extremely mysterious and can help one comprehend the Tao. Many people have headed to Aeon City. Luo Zhan said. The Celestial Emperor's statue has been revived? Lu Ming, the sword split open and Qiu Yu were all shocked. The Celestial Emperor's statue was no small matter. Don't you know? We can go together. Luo Zhan said. Alright, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Those who could reach the Heavenly Emperor realm were all extremely powerful, as could be seen from the Hung Yu Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2084 Muyang City could be said to be the largest city in the south of the Divine Fate Land. It was called Aeon City and had existed for countless years. This ancient city was occupied by several large forces. In history, it had produced more than one heavenly emperor and was extremely powerful. Recently, in Aeon City, there was a famous statue of the Celestial Emperor that had actually revived. It revealed the aura of the heavenly path and could help people comprehend the path, attracting countless people. Furthermore, the Battle of the 10 Lands was just around the corner. Countless people from all over the land had rushed over, so there were naturally more people. Lu Ming and the few of them walked on the street, their eyes sweeping around, and they were amazed. Aeon City was no smaller than Heavenly Emperor City in Yuan Mountain. In fact, it was even more majestic. Soon they arrived at their destination, the Celestial Emperor's statue. A huge statue carved from jade stood at the center of Aeon City. It was 1,000 meters tall. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. Fai stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a kind of aura that could swallow the world and sweep away the world. This was the Celestial Emperor's statue. Originally, it was just a statue, but now rays of divine light appeared on the statue, illuminating the entire area. A mysterious aura filled the air. Aeon City, is there a heavenly emperor now? Lu Ming said. He was not calm either. No. Legend has it that there are almost no celestial emperors in the primordial realm. Richard said. No heavenly emperor? Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the rest were puzzled. Yes, I've also heard that most of the celestial emperors have gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war. Perhaps a few of them are still in the primordial realm, but it has been a long time since a celestial emperor has appeared. Richard said. Lu Ming nodded. Since the primordial realm's ancient times, there must have been some celestial emperors. Celestial emperors no longer faced any major tribulations and had endless lifespans. Their combat strength was unparalleled. If they did not encounter a great enemy, they would almost not die. But now, it was almost impossible to see the celestial emperor in the primordial realm, so it was very likely that he had really gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war. For example, it was impossible for the Yuan mountain to have only given birth to the Hung Yu heavenly emperor over the years. There must have been other heavenly emperors. How intense is the war in the heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. The celestial the arch had gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war, so one could imagine how terrifying the war was. Many people were sitting cross-legged under the huge statue of the celestial emperor, and most of them were young people. According to the introduction of an elder at the side, although the resurrection of the heavenly emperor statue was wonderful, it was mainly useful for martial artists below the martial supreme realm or low-level void sovereigns. It would not be as useful for those with higher cultivation. Let's go over too, Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Qiu Yu by Kai Luozhan, and the others walked to the statue of the celestial emperor and sat cross-legged in an empty space. Along the way they saw quite a few chosen. Most of the children of heaven who had appeared on the gazing emperor pillar were here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind was empty. Suddenly he felt a force enveloping him. The force seemed to make his mind pass through layers of space and become one with the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao contained everything. All the laws of the world were contained in the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he began to comprehend the death law. He felt that at this moment he had a very clear understanding of the death law. It was even clearer and faster than when he was under the path understanding ancient tree. This is a good place. Lu Ming smiled and started to comprehend quietly. His main focus was on the law of death and the law of devouring. Time passed day by day, and the two laws progressed at lightning speed. Every day, he would spend half of his time comprehending the death law, and the other half comprehending the devour law. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had already reached 85% of the death rule and 92% of the devour rule. The comprehension of nomological laws became more and more difficult as one progressed. It was already amazing to have such a great harvest in a month. One day, Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He sensed a murderous intent enveloping him. Although he was cultivating, he had to pay some attention to the outside world. If someone was hostile to him, he would be immediately alerted. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked behind him. Behind him, a young man was walking over, looking at Lu Ming coldly. Bang! The young man stopped not far from Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming? The young man spoke indifferently, his voice filled with cold arrogance. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not know this person, but he could sense that this person had ill intentions. Not bad, Lu Ming answered. At this moment, many people around the statue were not cultivating. They noticed Lu Ming and the young man. It's Muyang of the Mu clan. He's an extremely terrifying heaven's favorite. It's said that he's the child of the void who controls the void's laws. He's reached the emperor-to-be realm a long time ago. Who is that young man? Muyang seems to be hostile to him. I know. That young man is from Mount Yuan. He's the son of chaos and is in the great circle of the ultimate saint realm. He defeated Yuha, the son of Samsara, who is in the emperor-to-be realm. What? He was the son of chaos? He defeated the son of Samsara, who was in the emperor-to-be realm, with his cultivation at the peak of the ultimate saint realm? Many people were shocked after hearing the truth. The son of chaos was already shocking enough. Moreover, he was in the great circle of the ultimate saint realm and defeated the son of Samsara, who was at the emperor-to-be level. This was even more shocking. My name is Muyang, and Yuanqin is my good friend. At this moment the young man spoke. Yuanqin. Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. What did Muyang looking for him have to do with this Yuan Xian? My good friend Yuan Xian is also a son of chaos. You've met him before. Muyang said indifferently. Son of chaos? Could it be him? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the son of chaos he had met during the Hunyuan sect's assessment. Yuan Xian once mentioned you. He said that you've mastered the chaos scripture of the chaos the arch. He's now in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As his good friend, I naturally have to share his burden. Hand over your chaos scripture, Muyang said indifferently. Although his voice wasn't heavy, it had a commanding tone. It really is that person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The only person who knew that Lu Ming had the chaos scripture was the Son of Chaos, who had also been to the Chaos Hall. The Son of Chaos was extremely rare. It was even more difficult to produce than the other sons of God. For the time being, Lu Ming had not heard of any other Son of Chaos who could control the laws of chaos. Let's see if you have the ability to get the chaos scripture, Lu Ming said, his voice cold. Oh, so you're going to fight me? Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated Yuha. There are many people stronger than Yuha in the divine land. Muyang said coldly. Try it and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Muyang's body. Waves of energy rushed towards Lu Ming like shock waves. Lu Ming also released his aura to resist. Chapter 2084 Battle. Lu Ming and Muyang stood in a confrontation. The cold aura spread in all directions, startling many people who were cultivating. What's going on? It's Muyang and Lu Ming. Many people were shocked and angry at first, but when they saw that it was Muyang and Lu Ming, they kept quiet. They could tell that there was a conflict between the two peerless geniuses and they were probably going to fight. Boom! Muyang made his move. His palm was covered with a layer of light. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the space around him had turned into nothingness. It made the area around his palm look like a black hole. Boom! Lu Ming went up to him and cast the Chaos Divine Palm. His palm turned gray like a chaos stone. The two palms collided heavily, and the sound was like a loud bell. The terrifying force formed circles of shock waves that swept in all directions. Many of them emitted light to resist the shock wave. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Muyang's bodies trembled and they exchanged a few more moves. However, there was no clear winner. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that Muyang's power was like a storm, pressing down on him. Coupled with the void law, it almost broke through his chaos law and turned him into nothingness. This Muyang was definitely stronger than Otakumi. You do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But this bit of strength is not enough. In Muyang's eyes a strange light bloomed. It was the light of nothingness. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura exploded in the sky. The terrifying pressure was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming and Muyang, causing their bodies to freeze. A white-haired old man had appeared in the sky. The old man looked down at Lu Ming and Muyang and said coldly, "Don't be impudent in front of the Celestial Emperor's statue. Don't fight. Anyone who violates this will be killed. Since this is your first offense, I'll spare you this time. If you want to fight, fight somewhere else." Lu Ming and Muyang retracted their auras, but their cold gazes were still fixed on each other. "Do you dare to fight me on the battle platform?" Muyang said coldly. He was very confident in himself. Although the combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed earlier was very shocking, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming because he had not used his full strength. "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Senior, let us leave," Muyang said to the old man in the sky. The old man retracted his aura and the pressure on Lu Ming and the rest disappeared. "If you have the guts, come." Muyang left these words before stepping into the air and leaving. Lu Ming smiled and followed him. Chou Yu Bai Kai and the rest quickly followed. The Son of Chaos is going to fight against Muyang. Let's go and see. One heard that Muyang has already reached the Emperor-to-be realm and is about to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. He's extremely powerful. Lu Ming hasn't even reached the Emperor-to-be realm, but he's brave enough to accept the challenge? The sons of God are all proud and arrogant. How can they not fight when others challenge them? However, I think Lu Ming will most likely lose this time. After all, he only has a cultivation base of a perfected absolute saint. One thinks so too. No matter how strong a perfected absolute saint is, there's still a limit. Lu Ming could hear the voices around him. He speculated that Muyang had already started to develop a small world. A person like him could already attempt to become a martial supreme. Not long after, they came to a vast area. There was a huge battle platform here. At this moment, there were two people still fighting on the fighting ring. They were two young men. both with king physique and strong battle strength. However, Muyang was extremely domineering. He flew up into the air and stomped down. "Get off the stage!" he shouted. The terrifying void light made the two young men's expressions change drastically. They kept stepping back and landed on the edge of the fighting stage, looking at Muyang with an ugly expression. They were in the middle of a battle, and Muyang had come to tell them to get out. This was an insult to them. "What's wrong? Still not scramming? Do you want to fight me?" Muyang looked at the two king physiques, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. The two king physiques didn't dare to fight with Muyang. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and jump off the fighting stage. Around them, many people were dissatisfied. Muyang was too overbearing. However, no one stood out to criticize him. Not only was Muyang powerful, but the force behind him was also extremely terrifying. No one would be willing to offend him. "Lu Ming, get down here and fight." Muyang's voice spread in all directions. "You don't have to shout so loudly, I won't run." "Let's go," Lu Ming said indifferently. He stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. "Lu Ming, I advise you to hand over the chaos scripture obediently. I can let you off this time and let you participate in the Battle of the Ten Lands. Otherwise, you won't even be able to participate in the Battle of the Ten Lands." Muyang said coldly. Of course, he was only sending a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "I said if you want it, let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming sneered. "You're so stubborn. Then I'll let you see what it means to be stronger than you." Muyang's eyes were cold, and his body was filled with killing intent. Boom! He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His entire body was shrouded in the light of nothingness as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the chaos laws and went up to them. This time it was not under the statue of the Celestial Emperor, but on the battle stage. There was no need to restrain themselves, and the two of them fought with all their might. Boom! Boom! The two of them collided continuously, causing the fighting ring to rumble and explode. The two of them fought with speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The fighting ring was surrounded by people. Many of them were terrifying geniuses, and many of them were children of the heavens. "Lu Ming is no match for Muyang," Imperial River said. Previously he had a huge battle with Lu Ming, and he was clear of Lu Ming's abilities. Bah, that might not be the case. I think that benefactor Lu Ming can win." Wuchen monk of Boundless Temple chanted the name of Buddha and smiled. These words moved everyone. Monk Wuchen had mastered the law of karma. Everything in the world had a cause and effect. Perhaps he could see something through the cause and effect. "You're saying that Lu Ming hid his strength when he fought me?" Yi's eyes lit up in disbelief. I can't say. We'll know when we continue watching." Elder Monk Wuchen said with a mysterious smile. At this time, Lu Ming had already exchanged dozens of moves with Muyang. At this point, Lu Ming was actually at a disadvantage. As expected, it has already started to evolve into a small world. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Muyang had already started to break through to the martial emperor realm. He had started to use the laws as a foundation to develop a small world. There was a trace of the power of a small world in his saint energy, which was extremely powerful. Now Lu Ming had only cast one type of chaos law and was already at a disadvantage. "Lu Ming, I've said it before. You're not my match." Muyang launched a storm of attacks. At the same time, his cold and arrogant voice entered Lu Ming's ears. "It's too early for you to be happy." Lu Ming replied indifferently. Since one law didn't work, then he would use two. Lu Ming is furious. If one law didn't work, then he would use two. Lu Ming's muscles bulged and his holy power surged. Silently, he merged the array Dao laws into the chaos laws. Boom! The power of Lu Ming's palm suddenly increased dramatically. With a single palm, it directly broke through Muyang's void law. Muyang's face changed dramatically. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat. "Your strength? How is that possible?" Muyang asked in shock. How did Lu Ming's strength increase so much all of a sudden? He was much stronger than before. He could not tell that Lu Ming had fused two types of laws. In the land of infinite demons, Lu Ming had stayed in the canyon in the demonic sea for more than 2 years. He challenged the levels and fought every day. He was already extremely familiar with the use of the laws. And NBSP, when he used several laws, he could use chaos laws to cover up the other laws. Of course, if he used two ultimate maxims at the same time, he could not hide it because the ultimate maxims were too powerful. However, when he used the strongest law in the King Path law, he could cover it up very well, and others could not see it. Therefore, Muyang could not figure out how Lu Ming's strength had increased so much. The others around the fighting ring were also shocked. Lu Ming had suddenly exploded and forced Muyang to retreat. Lu Ming really hid his abilities when he fought with me previously. He sighed, his eyes filled with dejection. He had wanted to defeat Lu Ming in the Battle of the 10 Lands. Now, it seemed that it would be very difficult. Amigbha. Monk Wuchen chanted the name of Buddha. The other children of God looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong and it was beyond common sense. Kill! On the fighting ring, Lu Ming let out a long roar and charged towards Muyang. Every move of his contained the fusion of chaos laws and array Dao laws. His power was extremely shocking. Furthermore, the array Dao laws were already perfect, so the power was even greater. The fusion of nomological laws didn't just increase the power of the fusion by 1 + 1 = 2, but by several times. The more nomological laws were fused, the stronger the power. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Muyang clashed again, but this time Muyang was completely suppressed and was at a disadvantage. He was no match for Lu Ming. Every time they clashed, his body trembled violently, as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His powerful saint energy was useless. Impossible, how is that possible? Muyang simply couldn't accept it. He had already started to develop a small world. Once the time was right, he would be able to break through to the martial supreme realm. He was already infinitely close to the martial emperor realm and was also the son of God. He was much stronger than those who had just stepped into the emperor-to-be realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming was only in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He had yet to form a river with the laws of chaos. How could he be so powerful? He could not believe it. He roared angrily and tried his best, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. The ocean of nothingness. In the end, Muyang used his strongest move. This was a terrifying sacred art with boundless might. It exploded the might of the void law to the extreme, forming an ocean of the void law that enveloped everything and wanted to turn everything into nothingness. In fact, many people would master more than one divine power after they became emperor-to-be. After becoming an emperor-to-be, one's nomological laws would reach perfection. When cultivating other divine powers, one could easily grasp them and raise their mastery to the extreme. It was just like how Lu Ming cultivated the chaos divine palm. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to have the corresponding sacred art. The Void Sea was one of Muyang's most powerful magical techniques. Walala! There seemed to be the sound of waves crashing. Lu Ming was enveloped in the sea of nothingness. Turn into nothingness! Muyang roared, filled with endless killing intent. At that moment, he no longer wanted to take the chaos scripture from Lu Ming. Instead, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. The Battle of the 10 Lands had not started and he could not lose. If he lost, he would be even more defeated in the Battle of the 10 Lands. What a terrifying divine power! Lu Ming is in danger. Someone exclaimed. The void could not be controlled, and it turned into a vast ocean that enveloped an area. It was too terrifying. Many people could not help but worry for Lu Ming. Muyang can be said to be the strongest seed in this Battle of the 10 Lands. He is very likely to enter the top 10. When he explodes, his combat power is really amazing. That's right. In the past, Muyang was almost invincible in the Divine Land. There were only a few people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Some people spoke. However, Qiu Yu's eyes were calm and she didn't look worried at all. Qiu Yu knew very well how powerful Lu Ming was when he went all out. As for Split, he had seen Lu Ming in action before. He knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. Boom! 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 Muyang stood above the void sea, his eyes cold. He kept activating the void law to make sure that Lu Ming was turned into nothingness. But the next moment Muyang's expression changed. The void sea began to shake as if a giant beast was stirring the wind and clouds. Boom! In the end, a huge finger like the finger of a god rushed out of the sea of nothingness. Boom! Boom! Then from every corner of the void ocean, the chaotic fingers of tribulation shot out continuously. The void ocean turned into a honeycomb, and then with a violent boom, it completely exploded. Impossible! Muyang roared in disbelief. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat, blood flowing out of his mouth. Nothing is impossible. Kill! The sea of nothingness disappeared and Lu Ming's figure reappeared. He was unharmed. He shouted and charged at Muyang. Boom! Lu Ming's huge hand pressed down and Muyang was already injured. He was no match for Lu Ming and was sent flying dozens of meters away. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming followed closely behind, not giving Muyang any chance to catch his breath. He launched a storm of attacks at Muyang. Muyang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he felt that his arm was about to be broken and he spat out blood continuously. Bang! In the end, he could not block it and was struck in the chest by Lu Ming's palm. His chest caved in and almost exploded into a big hole. If not for his powerful nomological law light and shocking defense, his body would have exploded from this move. But even so, he was still lying on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He had suffered heavy injuries. You want to take the chaos scripture from me with your strength? Let Yuan Exine do it herself. Lu Ming looked down at Muyang and spoke coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Muyang was so furious that he wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, I've been investigating you for a long time. You have many friends in Mount Yuan. Right now, a few of them are guests in my Mu family. You'd better hand over the chaos scripture and come with me to the Mu family. Otherwise, all your friends will die. Muyang suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Of course, it was a voice transmission. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Could it be that someone had fallen into the hands of the Mu family? It was possible. After he had arrived at the Divine Fate Land, he had not seen Long Chan, Huang Li, and the others. Horse threatening who seeing Lu Ming's shock, Muyang sneered. Ever since he found out that there was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain who was Yuan Xin's sworn enemy, he had been paying attention to Yuan Mountain. When the prodigies of Yuan Mountain arrived at the Divine Destiny Land, he began to investigate. He wanted to know Lu Ming's whereabouts so that he could deal with him. However, Lu Ming did not arrive. Instead, he found out that Lu Ming had a few friends and he immediately sent people to arrest them. It was just a precaution, but he didn't expect it to be useful. There are 2 people who can control RHE laws of extremity. One is called Long Chan and the other is called Desolate Power. They are both in the Mu family. Haha, Lu Ming. Come with me to the Mu family and hand over the chaos scripture. 11 Muyang laughed and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. The killing intent in his heart was extremely cold. Today, Lu Ming had defeated him in public. To him it was a great humiliation. As long as Lu Ming set foot in the Mu family, he would make Lu Ming regret it. You should die, Lu Ming said coldly. His eyes were icy cold as he stared at Muyang. At this moment, his killing intent was extremely dense. It seemed that Long Chan and the Desolate Power had indeed fallen into Muyang's hands. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Muyang's face darkened. I said you're stupid and you're really stupid. You shouldn't have said it here and now, Lu Ming said coldly. What do you want? Muyang's face changed dramatically. At the same time, he tried to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Muyang. Boom! This time, Lu Ming had integrated the law of devouring into it, and his combat strength was even stronger. With one move, Muyang's arms exploded, turning into flesh and blood that splattered everywhere. The terrifying power directly pierced through Muyang's protective light of law in his body, revealing a bright hole in the front and back. Muyang fell to the ground and screamed, "Gotcha!" The next moment, Lu Ming rushed over and stepped on Muyang's legs, breaking them. Muyang screamed hysterically, "Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you!" Muyang roared. Bang! The next moment, Lu Ming stepped on Muyang's face, almost crushing his head. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost lost all his teeth. Tell your people to bring my friend here in exchange for you. If my friend loses even a single hair, I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. You dare? Muyang roared. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on his face again, causing Muyang to scream in pain. At this moment, Muyang was filled with regret. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He should not have said that he had captured Long Chan and desolate power in the fighting ring. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. The main thing was that the force behind him was too powerful. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, Lu Ming's friend was in his hands. He thought that he had everything under control, but he did not expect that Lu Ming could take him down directly. The main thing was that Lu Ming was too decisive. He had thought of a way to save people in an instant. Ordinary people would definitely not think of it and would not be so decisive. Many people around the fighting ring looked at each other. Because some of Muyang's words had been transmitted to them, they did not know the whole story and were very confused. He did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly went crazy and tortured Muyang so badly. How dare you? Release young Master Muyang. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're the son of chaos. If you offend the Mu family, you'll die without a burial place. A few of the Mu clan's powerhouses roared as a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. They were all martial emperors. If you guys continue to talk nonsense, I'll cut him down. Lu Ming's eyes swept coldly across the martial supremes as he spoke. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. The Mu clan martial sovereigns all shut up. Muyang was the #1 genius of the Mu family. He had unparalleled talent. Nothing could happen to him. Hurry up and bring my friend over. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at Muyang. At this moment, Muyang was being stepped on by Lu Ming. He was humiliated. If there was a crack in the fighting ring, he would have found one and crawled in. He was arch-son of the void, a proud son of heaven who was about to break through to the martial supreme realm. He was known as one of the strongest seeds in this 10 lands battle. However, at this moment, he was being stepped on mercilessly by Lu Ming. He really could not bear it. However, the cold killing intent on Lu Ming's body told him that Lu Ming would really kill him. Go and bring the people. Finally, Muyang shouted and asked the Mu family's experts to bring the people back. A few of the Mu clan experts had ugly expressions, but they still left in the end and flew toward the Mu clan. The Mu family's headquarters was in Aeon City. It seems that Muyang has captured Lu Ming's friend. From the conversation between Lu Ming and Muyang, many people could tell what was going on. No wonder Lu Ming was suddenly furious. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming's ability was too powerful. It had reached a shocking level. Is his cultivation really still in the great circle of the absolute saint stage? He didn't break through to the emperor-to-be realm? Some people said in disbelief. The laws haven't formed a river yet. He's indeed in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. An expert spoke up and confirmed Lu Ming's cultivation. This made people gasp. Lu Ming's physical body is extremely strong, far stronger than the average child of God. I'm guessing that he must have had a heaven-defying encounter that caused his physical body to be so strong that it's shocking. His combat strength has also been greatly improved. An elder spoke. They could tell what was going on. Although his physical body is strong, his nomological laws are even more terrifying. He's strong in all aspects and has almost no weaknesses. Another elder spoke. What a monster! Many people sighed. It is fortunate that his cultivation is low. If his cultivation was high, who would be his match in this battle of the 10 lands? It's hard to say. Don't forget that the child of destiny has been born in this generation. These words shocked many people. Yes, Destiny's child. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying figure, a truly invincible figure. Also, the ancient cultivation system has appeared. Someone has cultivated it to a terrifying level. Also, Yuan Xian, the son of chaos, is said to be in seclusion to break through to the martial emperor realm. Following that, someone else spoke up, causing everyone's heart to tremble once again. Some of the sons of God had extremely serious expressions. The battle of the 10 lands this time would probably be extremely intense, and would become a shocking event. Lu Ming did not wait for long. In less than half an hour, a group of people flew over. They were the experts of the Mu family. They were flying over with two young men. Longchan, desolate power. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The two young men were Longchan and Desolate. Lu Ming. Longchan and Desolate Li were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. They knew what had happened when they saw Lu Ming stepping on Muyang. Lu Ming, what you're doing is too dangerous. Longchan sighed, his eyes solemn. We're friends. Longchan and Desolate Power shut up after hearing Lu Ming's words. Chapter 2087 Escape. Yes, they were friends. He was a friend, so how could he leave him in the lurch? If the situation was reversed and Lu Ming was in danger, they would definitely save him. Longchan, Desolate, is it just the two of you? Is there anyone else? Lu Ming asked. If there are other people caught by Muyang, we must save them all. There's no one else. Just the two of us. I'll kill this bastard one day. Desolately said, looking at Muyang unhappily. Switch. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the Mu family powerhouse. Hand over young Master Muyang first, and well, let him go. One of the Mu clan experts said slyly. Nonsense, hand him over, or I'll cripple him right now. Lu Ming said coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Muyang's dantian. The Mu clan's people's expressions changed. Muyang's identity was too important. They didn't dare to take the risk. In their eyes, Longchan, Huangli, and the others only had king physiques. How could their worth be compared to Muyang? All right, well, let them go. One of the Mu family experts shouted. He released Longchan and Desolate Force and the two of them quickly flew to Lu Ming's side. Now, can you release young Master Muyang? An expert of the Mu clan said. Let him go now? Do you think I'm stupid? This is Aeon City, the Mu family's territory. If I let him go now, your Mu family's experts will kill me with one slap. Lu Ming sneered. Brat, don't go too far. An expert of the Mu clan roared. The other experts of the Mu clan also had ugly expressions. They had indeed hidden an expert in the dark. As long as Lu Ming released Muyang, the expert of the Mu family would make a move and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Only death awaited those who dared to threaten the Mu family. However, Lu Ming was not fooled at all, which made them furious. The others were also secretly amazed at Lu Ming's courage and his meticulous mind. What do you mean I'm insatiable? I'm doing this to save my life. Your young Master Muyang's life is so precious. To be honest, it's not worth it to die because of us. Lu Ming reached out and clasped Muyang's neck. Muyang's eyes were about to spew fire. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. What do you want to do? In the end, the Mu clan gave in and an expert spoke. Let us leave the city. The people of your Mu family can't follow us. I have a secret technique that can sense the presence of experts. Once we leave the city and sense the people of your Mu family following us, it'll kill Muyang immediately. It's a life and death struggle. Lu Ming said. As for what secret technique he had that could sense the aura of experts, it was pure nonsense to deceive the Mu family. He had no choice. He was facing a behemoth like the Mu family, and he couldn't use the Celestial Emperor corporeal body now, so he could only use some tricks. How can we trust you? What if you harm young Master Muyang after you leave the city? One of the Mu clan experts said, not willing to back down. You can only take a gamble. You have no other choice. Lu Ming's voice caused the Mu family experts to narrow their eyes and reveal killing intent. Moreover, your Mu family is so powerful, and I don't have any grudges with you. I don't have to offend the Mu family, so why would I kill Muyang? I'm not crazy. Lu Ming continued. The expert from the Mu family muttered to himself. Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really killed Muyang, he would have to face the Mu family's crazy revenge. It would not benefit Lu Ming at all. All right, we promise you. Kid, you'd better not play any tricks. An expert of the Mu clan said. Of course not. Longchan, desolate power, let's go. Lu Ming carried Muyang and flew out, with Longchan and desolate power following closely behind. It's best if your Mu clan doesn't let anyone else follow us. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the others. Some of them wanted to join in the fun, but Lu Ming would not allow that. What if the people from the Mu family were mixed in? Everyone, please wait. The people from the Mu family were helpless. They knew that Lu Ming was meticulous and had no loopholes. He could only block the others. The Mu family's power was unparalleled, so the others naturally wouldn't go against them. Lu Ming and the other two, along with Muyang, headed out of Aeon City at top speed. Of course, Qiu Yu followed them. As for Di Kai, Lu Ming had sent him a voice transmission telling him to stay in Aeon City. As Di Kai did not have much of a relationship with Lu Ming and they had just met, the Mu family would not make things difficult for him. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest left Aeon City. Lu Ming did not put down Muyang immediately. He was afraid that there would be trouble if the Mu family had an expert in the sky. Lu Ming used the array Dao Law to completely seal Muyang. Soon they arrived at a huge mountain. Lu Ming and the group rushed into a cave and avoided all the gazes. This kid is too meticulous at such a young age. There were indeed two figures in the sky. They were experts from the Mu family. They were both at the peak of the true Emperor realm and were extremely terrifying. They concealed their aura and hid in the sky. As long as Lu Ming released Muyang, they would attack and kill Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming was very careful and hid in the cave. They could not see him and did not dare to scan him with their spiritual senses. If Lu Ming noticed them, he might really kill Muyang. They could only wait. Qiu Yu Longchan Desolate, use your divine breath technique and hide in my mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu and the other two in the cave. The mountain and river diagram alone wasn't enough. A true Emperor Realm expert was too powerful. They could sense the aura within the treasure. Only by using the divine breath technique and the mountain and river diagram could he isolate the other party's aura. Qiu Yu and the other two had all cultivated the divine breath technique. The three of them nodded. After using the divine breath technique, they entered the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming threw Muyang into the cave and looked at him coldly. Tell Yuanxin that I'll behead him sooner or later, he said. With that, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming transformed the law of chaos into the law of the earth and sank into the ground for hundreds of miles. At the same time, he cast the divine breath spell to restrain his aura to the extreme. Then he went deep into the divine land. Lu Ming did not kill Muyang. He knew that Muyang would definitely seek revenge later on. However, if he killed Muyang, he would have to face the crazy revenge of the entire Mu family. There might even be a great emperor. That would be even more dangerous for them. In the sky, the two true emperors had been waiting for half a day. They had already lost their patience. It's been so long. Let's go down and take a look, one of them said, and the other nodded. The two of them rushed down and arrived at the cave. They saw that Muyang was covered in dense runes. One of the true emperors waved his hand and broke the seal on Muyang. As soon as he regained his freedom, Muyang started to roar madly. This time he had lost a lot of face. He would become the laughingstock of everyone. His hatred for Lu Ming could not be washed away no matter what. Send someone and find that brat for me, Muyang roared. Chapter 2088 City of Destiny. Lu Ming traveled deep underground for more than a day. He had no idea how far he had traveled before he emerged from the ground. After he emerged from the ground, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned young man. He cast the divine breath spell again and took out a goshawk puppet. This goshawk puppet had been split open for him. Its wingspan was a full 100 meters, and its speed was 100 times faster than the space-breaking shuttle. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on it and flew toward the City of Destiny. For the time being, Lu Ming did not let Qiu Yu and the other two out. He let them cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. This place was still very far away from Destiny City. 2 days later, Lu Ming came to a teleportation zone. Through the teleportation array, he finally arrived near Destiny City. At this moment, Lu Ming had Qiu Yu Longchan and Huangli come out of the mountain and river diagram and head towards Destiny City together. Destiny City was majestic and had been standing on this land for countless years. Legend had it that Destiny City was the first ancient city of the primordial realm. No one knew how long it had been there. After countless years of expansion, it occupied a vast area. There were naturally terrifying forces occupying Destiny City. Some even said that there was a heavenly emperor in Heaven's Will City. No one had confirmed this, but it was definitely shocking. Legend had it that most of the heavenly emperors had gone to the heaven realm to participate in the war. It had been many years since a heavenly emperor had appeared in the Yuan continent. That was why there was a saying that if the heavenly emperor did not appear, the great emperor would be at the peak. Moreover, as the Battle of the Ten Lands was about to arrive, countless young geniuses from all over the Yuan continent would gather in Destiny City. Thus, the strongest forces in Destiny City had announced that during this period of time, no killing was allowed in Destiny City. If anyone wanted to fight, they could fight on a fixed fighting platform. This was a form of protection for the young geniuses. Because other than the young geniuses, there were more martial emperors coming. During this period of time, powerhouses had gathered in Heaven's Will City. If they did not control it, it would be chaotic. This was also the reason why Lu Ming and the rest had rushed to the City of Destiny as soon as possible. The Mu family wouldn't give up. Only Destiny City was safe now. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest finally entered the vast Destiny City. Even though they had seen Heavenly Emperor City, Aeon City, and the City of Destiny, they were still shocked. It was because it was too ancient, too weathered, and too vast. Destiny City was like another world. It contained all kinds of things, mountains, rivers, and even all kinds of forbidden places. Over the years, countless experts had been born, and of course it also contained countless opportunities. The origin chi of this land was extremely rich. The four of them strolled around Destiny City and then stayed in an inn. Although it was called an inn, it was actually a huge courtyard with 8 rooms. The area was very large, and of course the price was also shocking. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since Lu Ming and the rest arrived at Destiny City. Nothing unusual had happened. The Mu family had not come to look for them. Destiny City is so vast. It can be said to be the most prosperous place in the Yuan continent. I wonder if I can buy the magical ability of the Law of Death. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered in his heart. The more he cultivated the death precept, the more difficult it would be to comprehend it. Lu Ming felt that he needed a death precept divine ability. This way they could mutually enhance each other and improve faster. At the thought of this, Lu Ming walked out of the inn and asked around. He then came to the largest trading center in the City of Destiny. The biggest trading center in Destiny City was also almost the biggest trading center in the Yuan continent. There was really everything. Lu Ming was dazzled when he walked in. There were all kinds of treasures. Lu Ming even saw a few rare treasures that made him envious. Of course, the price was astonishingly high. However, no one dared to rob it here, because this place was established by the most powerful forces in the City of Destiny. It was said that there were terrifying experts guarding it. Even great emperors had to behave themselves here. Lu Ming walked around and bought some spiritual liquid, planning to water the path understanding ancient tree. After that, he came to a shop. This shop was specialized in selling secret manuals. "Young master, what do you need?" As soon as Lu Ming walked into the shop, a young and beautiful lady came forward to ask him about it with a gentle smile on her face. Lu Ming was not in disguise. He had returned to his original appearance after he arrived at the City of Destiny. Embodying a magical power technique, Lu Ming said with a smile, "May I ask what law is the foundation of the magical power technique? Our shop has a rich variety of magical power techniques, and we have at least 90% of the magical power techniques of tens of thousands of laws." The young woman said with a smile. 90%. Lu Ming was shocked. This shop was definitely not simple. There were tens of thousands of laws in the world, and they were of all kinds. It was really difficult to count them. However, this shop actually said that it contained as many as 90% of the various laws' divine power techniques. This was shocking. "I want the Law of Death's mystical power technique," Lu Ming said directly. The young woman's beautiful eyes lit up and she sized Lu Ming up curiously. Could it be that Lu Ming was a child of death? Other than the child of death who controlled the law of death, it was useless for anyone else to buy death god art. "Young master, please follow me." The young woman's smile grew wider. She brought Lu Ming to a room. "Young master, please sit." There was an old man in the room. He was the manager and he smiled at Lu Ming. "Young master, do you need the Law of Death's magical power technique?" the old man asked. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. "So, young master is the son of death?" the old man asked again. Lu Ming nodded. It just so happens that our shop has a magical power of the law of death called the Eye of Death. However, it's not cheap." The old man smiled. "I'm buying it." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect that there was really a death law divine ability here. It was indeed worthy of being the city of destiny. However, the divine ability of the law of death was shockingly expensive. In the end, Lu Ming used 80% of his assets to buy the death's eye. His heart ached so much that it was almost bleeding. One must know that Lu Ming had killed quite a number of experts during this period of time, including the Azure Demon King from the Eternal Devil Nation. He was a peak true emperor expert, and Lu Ming's family was considered to be rich. But all of a sudden it was almost empty. The 10 Ultimate Maxims divine power technique was too expensive. However, it was all worth it. Death's Eye could unleash the powerful might of the death law through the eyes, instantly placing the enemy in death and robbing them of their vitality. It was extremely overbearing. As long as the cultivation was successful, Lu Ming would have another powerful technique. Furthermore, it would also promote the cultivation of the death law. Back at the inn, Lu Ming immediately tried to comprehend Death's Eye. Indeed, with the combination of the divine power technique, Lu Ming's understanding of the death rule was faster and easier. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the City of Destiny for half a month. Chapter 2091 Death God Nationeon City, Mu family in a great hall. Muyang sat at the head of the table with a dark expression. After half a month, his injuries had completely recovered. However, his anger and killing intent had not subsided at all. In the past half a month, the news that Lu Ming had brutally abused Muyang had spread throughout Aeon City, and the entire divine land at the speed of a hurricane. Muyang was known as a seed expert, but he had been beaten so badly by someone. That person was a son of chaos and was only in the absolute saint perfection. It was hard not to be noticed. Now many people were secretly discussing that Lu Ming had stepped on Muyang's face in public, and he was being held hostage. He had become a laughingstock. Damn it, damn it. Muyang's face was twisted, filled with killing intent. Have you found out where that bastard is? Muyang coldly asked the person who had come to report. Young master, I've found out that Lu Ming and the others have entered Destiny City. A burly man reported. Humph, you want to hide in the City of Destiny? Don't even think about it. Kill him. Send someone into the City of Destiny and kill that bastard. Muyang roared. Young master, this is not appropriate. A white-haired elder spoke. He was a powerful true emperor from the Mu family. Why is it inappropriate? Muyang said coldly. Now, several powerful forces in Destiny City have already given orders that no one is allowed to make a move in Destiny City. Otherwise, we'll be their enemies. If we send people to make a move in Destiny City, I'm afraid we'll offend these powerful forces. The old man said. Although the Mu family was the overlord force of Aeon City and had great strength, there was still a gap between them and the other overlords in the City of Destiny. Even the Mu family didn't dare to offend the overlords of Destiny City. Muyang's face darkened. After a while, Muyang said coldly, we don't need to do it ourselves. Go find the people of the Death God Nation. These lunatics will do anything as long as you pay them. In the main hall, the expressions of the others all changed, and a trace of fear flashed through their faces. They seemed to be very afraid of this force called the Death God Nation. The Death God Nation was indeed terrifying in the Divine Land. This was because this was a terrifying assassin organization with all kinds of terrifying assassins. As long as they were paid, they could kill any strong person. Furthermore, the Death God Nation loved to hunt and kill geniuses and experts. Their most glorious record was that a great emperor was killed by the Death God Nation, shocking the entire Divine Land. Some people even suspected that this Death God Nation was created by a foreign race. There were also powerful forces that wanted to destroy this organization, but this organization was too mysterious. No one knew where their headquarters were. At most, they could only destroy some branches, but they could always rise again. Now Muyang was going to hire the assassins of the Death God Nation to kill Lu Ming. Other people didn't dare to make a move in Destiny City, but the Death God Nation did. Lu Ming, you'll only die if you offend me. Muyang said coldly. Lu Ming had been in Destiny City for a month. Cultivating like this is still a little slow. One day, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and sighed. Now the chaos laws had reached a bottleneck. They were only one step away from perfection. It seemed like they could cross it at any time, but this time could be a few months or a year or two. It was hard to say. There were some people who were stuck for thousands of years. Therefore, Lu Ming's main focus was on the death rule and the devour rule. With the improvement of these two laws, his combat strength would also become stronger. However, even with the Eye of Death, the improvement of the death rule was still too slow. Lu Ming was not satisfied. I've heard that there's an ancient battlefield in Destiny City, which contains powerful death qi and evil qi. Many people who cultivate the evil law practice there, and it's the most suitable place for cultivating the death law. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to head to the ancient battlefield to cultivate. Now there were still about 2 months before the Battle of the 10 Lands. Everyone was trying to improve their cultivation. That was because he heard that there would be great opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Lands. Only the strong could get them. Although Lu Ming was very powerful now, there would always be someone stronger. Who knew what other terrifying geniuses there were? Now, had anyone broken through to the Emperor realm? If there were powerful geniuses who had already entered the martial Emperor realm, their abilities would definitely be terrifying. Lu Ming had a sense of urgency to improve his abilities as soon as possible. He bade Xiao Yu Longchan and Huangli goodbye before leaving the inn and heading towards the ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was located in the northern part of Heaven's Will City. It was a battlefield left behind from ancient times. There was a deathly silence there, filled with the qi of death and evil. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. He was very fast, but it still took him half a day to reach the ancient battlefield. This was a vast mountain range and it was deathly silent. At a glance it was completely bare without any living beings. Lu Ming stepped into it. The aura of death is indeed dense. As soon as he entered the mountains, Lu Ming felt that the death energy here was very dense and very suitable for cultivating the death law. Moreover, the deeper he went, the denser the death qi became. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to venture deeper. He also discovered other people on this battlefield. They were all people who cultivated evil cultivation techniques or evil laws. Lu Ming ventured deeper and finally came to a low peak. He sat cross-legged and quietly comprehended the death law. As expected, the speed of comprehending the death law here was several times faster than outside. Lu Ming had great gains every day. 3 days later, Lu Ming's mastery of the death rule had reached about 88%. Lu Ming did not know that there was a group of people on a tall mountain peak outside the ancient battlefield. This group of people were all covered in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. That kid is cultivating in that ancient battlefield. One of them reported to a man wearing a Grim Reaper's mask. Good. I heard that the kid is the son of chaos. If we kill him this time, we'll definitely shake the divine fate land. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask sneered and ordered, "Wait a minute, let's end this quickly. Let's quickly kill that brat and leave this place. After a while, I'm afraid that the experts from those forces will arrive." Yes. Some of the black-robed men bowed and accepted the order. "Go, will stand guard here. If the people from those forces come, I'll inform you to evacuate in time." The man wearing the Grim Reaper's mask said. After that, the black-robed men's figures flashed and they left the place one after another. Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He had a sense of terror. Not good. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Without thinking, he burst out with energy and his body was like a spring, bouncing from the spot. Chapter 2091 Bloody Battle. The moment Lu Ming's body bounced out, a terrifying swordlight slashed from the sky towards the place where Lu Ming had been sitting. It left a deep sword mark on the ground and the short peak was cut in half. Martial Emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. The person who had attacked just now was definitely a martial emperor. However, he should only have the cultivation of a 1-star martial emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, sword radiances flashed above and below Lu Ming. The 2 sword radiances, one above and one below, shot toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom! The saint energy in Lu Ming's body circulated crazily as he retreated rapidly, avoiding the 2 sword gleams. Martial Emperor. They were all martial emperors. A few people appeared behind him. They were also martial supreme powerhouses. Your reaction is quite fast. A cold voice was heard. A few black-robed men appeared in the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. Who are you people? Lu Ming asked coldly. The Grim Reaper wants you to die today. He won't let you live until tomorrow. One of the black-robed men said coldly. It's the Death God Nation. Let's go. There were also people cultivating in this area. When they heard this, they were so frightened that they screamed and ran for their lives. The Death God Nation. Lu Ming frowned. He had just arrived at the Divine Land and had not heard of it. Don't talk nonsense. End the battle quickly. A black-robed man coldly spoke. Buzz. The black-robed men moved at an astonishing speed. A few sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming no longer hid his strength. He unleashed his full power and charged at one of the black-robed men. Boom! He struck out with his palm. His palm was gray and misty, like an ancient divine mountain pressing down, and it directly shattered the sword light of the black sect's man. The terrifying palm force bombarded the black-robed man's body, and directly shattered him into pieces. A one-star martial emperor was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The scene shocked the other black-robed men to their cores. No, his combat strength is wrong. It's not consistent with the information we got. One of the black-robed men shouted. They had received news that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than Muyang's. As the son of Void, Muyang had already begun to evolve his world. His combat strength was enough to compete with or even suppress a one-star martial emperor. He was slightly stronger than Muyang, but his combat strength should not be that much stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill a one-star martial emperor with one move. Attack, attack together. One of the black sect members shouted. Buzz, buzz. At this time in the sky there were 7 to 8 figures. In addition to the few from before, there were more than a dozen. Terrifying auras filled the air. They were all experts above the martial emperor realm. No matter how strong he is, he must die today. Kill. One of the men in black robes shouted and slammed his palm down. A palm print as black as ink shot toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. A 3-star martial emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 3-star martial emperor was too powerful. Lu Ming did not dare to take the attack head-on, so he rushed out directly. You want to leave? Go back. A black-robed man appeared in front of him. He held a pitch-black saber and slashed at Lu Ming. A vast saber radiance was slashed at him. He was also a 3-star martial emperor. At such a close distance it was impossible to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and the 4 types of laws burst out at the same time. Boom! Lu Ming threw a palm at the saber radiance, causing a deafening boom. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he was sent flying. The terrifying force caused Lu Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. A 3-star martial emperor was too powerful. Lu Ming was still not a match for him. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Lu Ming was sent flying, the other black-robed men charged at him again. Kill, die! Lu Ming roared. Death chi burst out from his eyes. One of the black-robed men was enveloped by the death chi and was shocked. Bang! Lu Ming charged forward and directly sent the person flying. In the process of retreating, the person's body cracked and split into pieces. Lu Ming's combat strength was fully unleashed. It was difficult for a 1-star illusionary emperor to block a single move from Lu Ming. The law of death and the law of chaos. My God, how is this possible? 2 ultimate maxims. Monster. Kill him. We must kill him. Lu Ming burst out with all his might. 2 ultimate maxims were operating at the same time. It could not be hidden at all and would be revealed. When the black-robed men saw that Lu Ming had mastered 2 ultimate maxims, they were shocked beyond words. Some of them shouted in shock. A person who was below the rank of a martial supreme could actually control 2 ultimate maxims. This was simply unheard of and unbelievable. Kill. Lu Ming continued to attack, aiming at a 1-star martial emperor. He threw out a palm and the person exploded in the air. Boom! The other black-robed men also attacked. There were 2 3-star martial emperors for 2-star martial emperors, and 3 1-star martial emperors in total. There were 9 people left. 9 people attacking at the same time, their battle prowess was too terrifying. Lu Ming's acupuncture points glowed. Dozens of holy weapons and a few sovereign weapons floated around him, forming the first layer of defense. At the same time, the light of laws covered his body. The 4 laws circulated around his body, forming a second layer of defense. Buzz! Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed toward the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 2 3-star martial emperors. As for the other martial emperors, he could not avoid so many of them and could only take them head-on. Boom! Boom! In an instant, at least 5 attacks hit Lu Ming. 3 2-star martial emperors and 2 1-star martial emperors. The combat weapons that were floating around Lu Ming exploded like fireworks. An absolute saint weapon couldn't block a martial sovereign's attack at all. In the end, only a few monarch weapons were still intact. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Although the attacks were blocked by the combat weapon, there was still a strong force that bombarded his body. However, Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush in front of a 1-star martial emperor. The 1-star martial emperor turned pale with fright. He wanted to escape but was killed in the air by Lu Ming's palm. Then Lu Ming pointed his finger out. A huge chaos finger of tribulation was formed and blasted toward a 2-star martial emperor. This finger contained 4 types of nomological laws, and its power was astonishing. The 2-star martial emperor tried his best to resist, but his body was still sent flying, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The others were shocked, and their attacks became even more violent. A fearsome palm print and a blade of light were heading toward Lu Ming. The 2 3-star martial sovereigns attacked again. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he could not avoid it completely. He was hit by the palm print. The terrifying power almost cracked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was in great pain. His bones seemed to be about to break, and he kept coughing up blood. However, his body rushed to the injured 2-star martial sovereign in an instant with the help of the palm force. The 2-star martial emperor was shocked. He had received Lu Ming's attack head-on and was almost blown up. He was severely injured. He was almost scared to death when he saw Lu Ming coming for him. Chapter 2091 Slaying Powerful Enemies. Boom! Lu Ming's palm trembled and he struck out a few times in succession. The terrifying palm force directly tore apart the other party's defense. The 2-star martial emperor screamed as he was torn apart by Lu Ming and died on the spot. The others gasped. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. It was far beyond what they had heard. He could even kill a 2-star martial emperor. It was truly terrifying. Kill! This kind of person must be killed. The eyes of the assassins of the Death God Nation were filled with madness. Now they no longer cared about how many raw gemstones Muyang would give them. They wanted to kill Lu Ming more. The remaining assassins attacked Lu Ming with all their might. Lu Ming let out a long howl and circulated the death law with all his might. The death chi from all directions continued to gather, strengthening Lu Ming's attack and defense. In this ancient battlefield, the law of death could exert its greatest power, far beyond normal. Therefore, on this ancient battlefield, Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than in other places. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming charged forward and fought with the experts of the Death God Nation. The 2 3-star martial sovereigns were the biggest threats to him. Although Lu Ming's current strength was strong and he could kill a 2-star martial emperor, he was still not a match for a 3-star martial emperor. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming successfully killed another 1-star martial emperor. However, he was also hit by a 3-star martial emperor and 2 2-star illusionary emperors. A few terrifying wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, and many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, the air of death here was too thick. It greatly increased Lu Ming's defense and he managed to survive. Kill! Lu Ming was in a killing frenzy. His black hair danced wildly and his body was bathed in blood. He looked like a demonic god. Bang! A 2-star illusionary emperor was sent flying by Lu Ming and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Ming took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and rushed into the depths of the ancient battlefield. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, the chi of death was even denser, which was more beneficial to him. Send out the news and ask my lord to personally take action. A 3-star martial emperor roared angrily and chased after Lu Ming. This time their losses were too heavy. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 1-star illusionary emperor, and not as strong as a 2-star illusionary emperor. However, they had mobilized 4 2-star illusionary emperors and 2 3-star illusionary emperors, so it could be said that they were absolutely safe. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Lu Ming had killed 4 to 5 people in a row, but he had not been killed. If this went on, Lu Ming might be able to escape into the depths of the ancient battlefield. This was something they could not tolerate. Very few of the people the Death God Nation wanted to kill could escape. The rest of the people were pursuing Lu Ming with all their might. One of them had already spread the news. Bang! Lu Ming, who was running at top speed, was hit by a palm force. This was the palm force of a 3-star illusionary emperor. It was exceptionally powerful. Lu Ming was sent flying, and his body was in severe pain. However, Lu Ming's eyes were determined and he moved forward at high speed. From the other party's roar, it was obvious that there were more powerful people nearby. Lu Ming had to escape into the depths of the ancient battlefield to have a chance of survival. Who is it that wants to kill me? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. He didn't know anyone from the Death God Nation, and from the way these people attacked, they were obviously more like assassins. Who was it that hired an assassin to kill him? Muyang. Lu Ming thought of Muyang. The most likely candidate was Muyang. Muyang, I will kill you. Lu Ming's heart was filled with murderous intent. At the same time, he ran forward with all his might. During this process, Lu Ming's body squirmed and his injuries were healing rapidly. Now his spirit body was too strong, and his life force was extremely vigorous. Although he was severely injured, his recovery speed was also very shocking. The rest of the assassins continued to pursue and attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he would be hit by the attacks occasionally. Fortunately, the aura of death here was getting thicker and thicker. To Lu Ming, it was very beneficial. His entire body was covered in death qi, forming a suit of armor that covered his entire body. He was in control of the law of death. The qi of death was beneficial to him, but to others it was like poison. When an ordinary person faced the aura of death would constantly corrode them. Qi. The remaining assassins had to use a portion of their power to resist the attack of the death qi. If you want to kill me, it'll make you pay a price. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes were shining with madness. His running body suddenly stopped, and then with an extremely fast speed he pounced back. The assassins thought that Lu Ming was trying his best to escape. They did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly turn around and kill them. They were stunned for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, for experts like them, a moment could determine their life and death. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and killed the last 1-star illusionary emperor. Then, he moved his body and attacked the other 2-star illusionary emperor. At this moment, the 2-star illusionary emperor finally reacted. He activated the power of the world and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and directly dispersed the sword light. The terrifying palm force bombarded the body of the 2-star illusionary emperor. The man screamed in pain as his chest was pierced through. A large hole appeared in his chest, and he retreated rapidly. How could Lu Ming let him escape? He moved and gave chase. You're looking for death. Kill! The other assassins roared and charged at Lu Ming. Block it, die! Lu Ming growled as he controlled the remaining sovereign weapons to block behind him. At the same time, endless death qi gathered to form a thick wall of death behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care about the attacks behind him and charged at the 2-star illusionary emperor with all his might. Bang! Bang! The 2-star illusionary emperor had already been severely injured. At this time, although he tried his best to resist, he still could not withstand it. After a few moves, Lu Ming's palm struck his head. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his body and soul were destroyed. The other assassins' attacks fell behind Lu Ming. A few sovereign weapons trembled and almost exploded. Cracks appeared on them and the thick wall of death was destroyed. All kinds of attacks landed on Lu Ming, sending him flying like a cannonball and crashing into a mountain. But in the next moment, the mountain roared and Lu Ming rushed out of the mountain, continuing to rush into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming coughed up blood. Fortunately, the few sovereign weapons and the wall of death had blocked most of the power. Otherwise, he would have been in danger after being hit by so many attacks. Even so, he was severely injured. Damn it! The remaining assassins were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lu Ming had killed 2 more of them. It was a great loss. They had suffered a huge loss in this deal. However, as long as they could kill Lu Ming, it was worth it. They did not let go of Lu Ming and continued to pursue him. All of a sudden, a terrifying sword radiance burst forth in the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth. "They're here." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. His figure kept changing to avoid the sword light. The golden cicada leaves its shell. The sword light made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. It was definitely a terrifying expert, not an ordinary Void Emperor. Peak Void Emperor. Buzz! Lu Ming displayed extreme speed. His figure kept changing like a bolt of lightning. He was extremely fast as he dodged the sword light with all his might. In the end, Lu Ming dodged the sword gleam. However, the aftershock still hit Lu Ming. He grunted and his body flew far away. In the air, Lu Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Just as he was about to land, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the force of his palm hit the ground. Lu Ming borrowed the force and his figure drifted forward at an even faster speed. A peak illusionary emperor was undefeatable. He was too powerful and could kill Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming could only escape. It was a terrifying crisis. Now no one could help him. He could only rely on himself. In the sky, a black-robed man wearing a Grim Reaper's mask appeared. His body was filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. If one could see through the mask, one would definitely be able to see that this person's face was cold and gloomy. He looked around and saw the remaining assassins. His eyes were about to spit fire. He had sent so many experts, all of whom were in the martial emperor realm, to assassinate a junior who was still in the saint realm. Yet, he could not kill him and so many people had died. If word of this got out, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Death God Nation. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. Whoosh! He swung his sword again, and a ray of sword light headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but it was even worse this time. He was grazed by the blade and his body was almost cut in half. There was a 1-meter-long sword wound on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen and his internal organs could even be seen squirming. However, Lu Ming's speed did not slow down and he continued to rush forward. In front of him there was a large pit filled with white bones. This is the place. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Kill! In the sky, the masked expert saw that Lu Ming had not been killed after 2 consecutive moves, and his killing intent grew even colder. In his hand, endless sword light bloomed, and hundreds of sword lights appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming from all directions. Hundreds of sword lights had completely sealed off Lu Ming's escape route. This was a sure kill move, cast by a peak illusionary emperor. Lu Ming had no way of escaping. In an instant, hundreds of sword gleams hit Lu Ming and drowned him. A violent boom rang out in the area. Bones flew everywhere, and dust flew up. After that, Lu Ming let out an indignant roar and there was no more movement. When the dust settled, there was nothing left. With a flash, a few black-robed men arrived and landed in this area. Above them, the expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask also stepped through the air and descended. Lu Ming, is he dead? He must be dead. Under Darren's attack, not even his bones were left. The black-robed men spoke one after another. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and even penetrated deep into the ground. But he didn't find anything unusual. Then he stretched out his hand, and a storage ring flew out from the skeleton and landed in his hand. There were bloodstains on the storage ring. He sensed it and knew that it was Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming should be dead. His bones have fused with the other bones here, leaving only a storage ring. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper's mask spoke. He was very confident that with Lu Ming's cultivation base, he would definitely die under that move. At that moment, it was impossible for Lu Ming to escape. There was only one explanation. Lu Ming was already dead. Not even his bones were left. The storage ring was a good explanation. This kid is really a freak. He's too terrifying to be able to control two ultimate maxims. Fortunately, Your Excellency came in time. Otherwise, if this kid escaped, it would be troublesome. The other black-robed men flattered him. He's indeed a freak. Alright, let's hurry up and leave. The news here will soon spread out. I'm afraid the experts of Destiny City will soon arrive. Also, spread the news that we killed the Son of Chaos in 2 days. It will definitely shock the world. The masked man said coldly. Then, with a flash of his body, the assassins disappeared. 10 miles away, in a hidden mountain valley, Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Naturally, he did not die. This time, it's all thanks to little Qing's scapegoat demon puppet. Ming sighed. Just now, when he was about to be drowned by the sword light, he decisively used the scapegoat demon puppet that Xian Yanqing gave him. The scapegoat demon puppet was incomparably mysterious. In an instant, his body was transported 10 miles away. The other party's attack was all borne by the scapegoat demon puppet. Therefore, Ming did not die. The demon puppet was the one who died. The demon puppet had died for him once. At the critical moment, Ming even left a storage ring behind. However, even so, Ming was still swept by the aftermath and a few more sword wounds appeared on his body. Waves of destructive power continued to drill into the depths of his body. These people think that I am dead. It is not good for me to appear now. I will change my identity and recuperate here. One will appear when the Battle of the 10 Lands starts. Ming thought to himself. If he appeared now, who knew if the other party would send someone to assassinate him again? He didn't have any more scapegoat demon puppets now. Ming cast the divine breath spell and concealed his aura. He then went deep into the ancient battlefield and found a hidden place. He entered the mountain and river diagram and began to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious, and there were destructive sword lights in his body. In order to destroy his body and heal his injuries, he had to first get rid of the destructive sword lights. Ming controlled the 4 types of laws and began to eliminate the destructive sword gleam. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Ming had finally gotten rid of the destructive sword gleam. As soon as the destructive sword light was removed, Ming's body began to recover rapidly. His bones, and muscles regenerated and were healing rapidly. At this moment, a piece of news spread out, shaking the entire divine land. Ming, the son of chaos from Mount Yuan, was killed by the Death God Nation in the City of Destiny. The moment this news was released, the world was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked. As soon as Ming came to the divine fated land, he had displayed his terrifying talent and combat strength. He was a perfected ultimate saint and had defeated several sons of heaven. Even Muyang, who was known as a seed expert, had been defeated by Ming and trampled under his feet. At first, many people thought highly of Ming. They felt that he was the top expert in the Battle of the 10 Lands and a seed expert. Countless people were looking forward to the battle between Ming and Yuan Xian, the son of chaos in the divine land. However, Ming was killed by the Death God Nation. This was because this news was released by the Death God Nation. The Death God Nation was very arrogant, and they announced to the outside world that so what if they were peerless geniuses? So what if he hid in Destiny City? It was useless for the people that the Death God Nation wanted to kill to hide. This was a blatant challenge to the overlord force of the City of Destiny. The Battle of the 10 Lands begins. Several overlord forces in Destiny City had previously announced to the public that killing was forbidden in Destiny City, for the safety of those geniuses. But now, the Death God Nation had assassinated the Son of Chaos in Destiny City. This was a slap to the face of the overlord forces in Destiny City. The world was in an uproar. A powerful Son of Chaos was actually assassinated in the City of Destiny by the Kingdom of Death. This was a major event that shocked countless people. Many people even doubted if this was true. But later on, someone stood up and said that it was true. They were on the ancient battlefield and saw with their own eyes that the Death God Nation had dispatched a large number of experts to assassinate the Son of Chaos, Ming. The news was confirmed. Many people couldn't stay calm, especially some powerful heaven's favorites. The assassin organization of the Death God Nation was too terrifying. Since it could assassinate the Son of Chaos, it could also assassinate them. The activities of many heaven's favorites became low-key. The overlord force of Destiny City was furious and sent out a large number of experts to encircle and annihilate the people of the Death God Nation. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy a few insignificant branches and couldn't find the headquarters at all. The Death God Nation's people jumped out and clamored again. Whoever they wanted to kill, it was the same no matter where they hid. Their words were extremely arrogant. The overlord forces of the Destiny City were helpless. They could only strengthen the defense of the city. In the vast Destiny City, every region was guarded by powerful existences. If something went wrong, they would send out their experts to prevent another assassination. However, this matter had a huge impact and touched the hearts of countless people. In an inn in Destiny City, Xiao Yu Longchan and Huangli were in disbelief when they heard the news. Impossible, it can't be. Young master can't be dead. Xiao Yu's face was pale and tears were rolling in her eyes. Don't worry. Lu Ming will definitely not die. Longchan and Desolate Li spoke one after another. Their fists were clenched tightly together, and a cold killing intent emanated from their bodies. In another ancient city in the south of the Heavenly Emperor City, Huangling, Luotiani, and the others were traveling there. When they heard the news, their faces turned pale. No one can kill him. The few of them whispered. The divine land was surrounded by the sea. Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli had just set foot in the divine land. When they heard the news, their bodies trembled. My master won't die. The two of them could not believe that Lu Ming had been killed. In their eyes, Lu Ming was irreplaceable. One day, he would be invincible. On a mountain peak, the death blade stood against the wind with a wild aura. Lu Ming, you can't die yet. One still have to defeat you and take over your identity as the Golden Inheritor. A deep voice came from the death blade. In Destiny City, in an elegant courtyard, Xingqian stood tall with his hands behind his back. After not seeing him for a few years, the galaxy had become even more terrifying, and its aura was unfathomable. Lu Ming, one wanted to kill you with my own hands. What a pity. Xinghe smiled faintly. In Yuan Mountain, the Hung family, He family, Daoyuo Heaven sect, Ancient Moon Holy Land's Golden Crow clan, Wan family, and other forces were all ecstatic after hearing this. Lu Ming's death was great news to them, especially to the Ancient Moon Holy Land's Wyan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces. This was because, in the Heaven Empyrean city, Lu Ming had used the Heaven Empyrean's body to kill a few experts and even beat the He clan the Arch into fleeing. This had chilled the hearts of some of the forces in the Ancient Moon Holy Land who had enmity with Lu Ming. They had been on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would use the Heaven Empyrean's body to kill their sects and annihilate them. Now that Lu Ming had been killed, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also guessed that Lu Ming's celestial the Archbody seemed to have a great limit. Perhaps he could not use it at all now. Otherwise, why would he be assassinated by the people of the Death God Nation? If he could control the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, the people of the Death God Nation would only be courting death if they came. Ha ha ha, brat. Only death awaits those who dare to oppose me. In Aeon City, Muyang of the Immu family laughed heartily. His only regret was that he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands. The divine land was in an uproar. Lu Ming had been in the depths of the ancient battlefield. After a few days, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. However, he did not go out. Instead, he continued to cultivate in the ancient battlefield. He speculated that the Death God Nation's assassins were probably hired by Muyang. As long as they knew he was dead, Muyang wouldn't do anything and Longchan, Qiuyu and the others would be safe. The depths of the ancient battlefield were indeed extremely beneficial for cultivating the death law. Lu Ming spent the rest of the time in seclusion to comprehend the death law. Every day he had great gains. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in the death rule. His law of death had already reached 95%, on par with the law of devouring. Now Lu Ming's 4 types of laws were fused together and erupted. The power was even more shocking. Lu Ming's abilities had improved again. At this moment, Lu Ming walked out of the ancient battlefield because the time for the Ten Lands battle had come. Lu Ming had disguised himself as a dark-skinned young man. No one could recognize him when he walked on the streets. Lu Ming inquired about the news of the Ten Lands battle. As there were too many people participating in the Battle of the Ten Lands, they had to be selected. From all over the Yuan continent, countless heaven's favorites had come. The number was shocking. If they were to compete one by one, it would be too slow. Hence, the Battle of the Ten Lands was split into 4 battle zones. North, South, East, and West for battle zones. Everyone could choose any battle zone to sign up for. After that, they would be screened before they could participate in the final battle. The time would start tomorrow. Ming found a place to stay, and the day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Ming headed to the southern war zone. It was an extremely spacious area. However, when Ming arrived, he realized that the empty space was almost packed with people. Of course, many of them were already older and had come to watch the show. There were naturally not many young heaven's favorites. In the middle of the open space there was a huge platform. At this time a few figures were floating above the platform, emitting a shocking aura. Great Emperor! Ming's eyes narrowed. He realized that one of them had an extremely deep and terrifying aura. This was not the first time Ming had come into contact with a great emperor. Naturally, he could easily tell that this person was an expert in the Great Emperor realm. The 4 battle zones were under the control of the 4 overlord forces in Destiny City. This man should be an expert from one of the overlord forces. The selection will be divided into a few rounds. The first round is very simple. All of you will come and register first, then climb up to this platform. We will test you all together. The Great Emperor Realm expert spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. Below the platform there were a few places for registration. Some young people came forward and began to register. After they registered, they went up to the platform. When the number of people on the platform reached around 1,000, the Great Emperor Realm expert called out, "Meeting the heartless monk again, all right? Let's begin the test for this batch." The Great Emperor ordered. This Great Emperor looked to be in his 50s, and he had an imposing aura. Immediately, an old man stepped out. "In a moment, one will release my pressure and pressure all of you. All of you will try your best to resist it. As long as you can hold on for 30 breaths and still stand firm, you will pass. Those who can't withstand it will be eliminated," the old man said. Many people were moved. This method was simple. They gathered together and used their auras to suppress the others. Those who could resist would advance. In this case, the efficiency was indeed high. Those with weak cultivation could be quickly filtered out. "Begin." As the old man's voice rang out, a terrifying aura burst out from the old man's body and enveloped the entire platform. True Emperor. Ming could tell that the elder was a true Emperor Realm powerhouse. As soon as the old man's aura was released, the expressions of some people on the platform changed. Their bodies trembled, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood before directly kneeling on the ground. "Senior, please have mercy, I can't block it anymore." When the young man roared, he felt as if his body was going to be crushed into meat paste. "Get down, let us go," the old man said indifferently as he controlled his aura. The pressure on the young man's body was instantly lifted. He rushed down the fighting ring in a hurry, gasping for breath. A mere bright saint actually dares to go up the stage. He really doesn't know his own place. This is the Battle of the Ten Lands. It's not a small place. It's ridiculous that a bright saint dares to fight. Many people shook their heads and laughed. The Battle of the Ten Lands gathered the strongest geniuses of the Ten Lands. A mere bright saint realm was not enough. The young man's face turned red. In fact, there was more than one person like this young man. Plop! Plop! On the platform, a large number of young men knelt down and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The cultivation of these young men were all around Bright Saint. The Battle of the Ten Lands touched the hearts of people. It was the first time in history and countless people paid attention to it. Many young people wanted to perform on such a stage, hoping to be the center of attention. Therefore, many people with low cultivation levels wanted to participate. A large number of people vomited blood and rushed off the platform, directly eliminated. And as time passed, the pressure from the old man's body became stronger and stronger. After that, even the Supreme Saints couldn't resist and were eliminated. In the end, only about 100 out of 1,000 people managed to resist for 30 breaths. Of course, Their conditions were all different. Some people were trembling all over, breaking out in cold sweat, and gasping for breath. They had clearly exhausted all their strength. Some people were calm and relaxed, their expressions normal. The names of those who advanced were left behind and could advance to the next round. You've all seen it. If you're not strong enough, then don't sign up. Otherwise, you'll only humiliate yourself and get injured, the middle-aged emperor said. Many of the young men had unsightly expressions and sighed helplessly in the end. They had originally wanted to show off, but in reality, they were not even qualified to participate, not even to serve as a foil. The Battle of the Ten Lands was the stage for the true heaven's favorites. As long as one could obtain a place in the Battle of the Ten Lands, it would be a great honor. However, most people could only be spectators. Following that, more and more people came forward to register. When there were about 1,000 people, the old man once again released his aura and pressed it against the young man on the platform. This time the situation was much better. Out of 1,000 people, about 500 people made it to the next round. Because those with insufficient cultivation knew that they couldn't pass and would only get injured, they didn't sign up. Then the selection continued. Shenxiao and Mo Li Qiuyu Fengling Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw Shenxiao, Bella, Qiuyu and the rest in the crowd. They were all here and they were all in the southern war zone. With their cultivation they naturally passed the selection easily. It'll go up too. Lu Ming smiled and went forward to register. He was not in a hurry to acknowledge Shenxiao, Bella and the others. What's your name? At the registration counter, someone looked at Lu Ming. Tinyun. Lu Ming said. Leave behind your aura. The other party said. Lu Ming nodded and left behind a wisp of his aura. This was to identify him. After that, Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. I'm a heartless monk. Lu Ming had just stepped onto the platform when he heard a Buddhist chant from behind. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. He was very familiar with this voice. Although he had not heard it for more than 10 years, he would never forget it. Lu Ming turned around and saw a chubby young monk stepping onto the platform. An unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming was in a daze. He did not expect to meet an unscrupulous monk here. Back then in the divine wilderness, Wu Yang and Moonless had left for the Yuan continent before him. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. The unscrupulous monk was still the same as more than 10 years ago. He had not changed at all. When he walked up and saw Lu Ming staring at him, he could not help but chant the name of Buddha. I have no hair. Benefactor, you are staring at this poor monk with such tender feelings. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to this poor monk? It's a pity that you're a man. If you're a beautiful woman, I deconsider you. The monk said with a smile. Go to the side. Lu Ming pursed his lips. This guy had not changed at all. Benefactor, why do one feel like we've met before? There's a sense of familiarity. It's over. Why do one have such feelings for a man? The heartless monk started to stare at Lu Ming. Then his face turned bitter and he sighed. Get lost. Lu Ming berated. At the same time he was shocked. This unreliable monk had such sharp senses. He had used the divine breath technique, but the unscrupulous monk could still sense it. Amidba. Following that, another Buddhist chant was heard and a few young monks stepped onto the platform. Moonless Wuchen. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. The Moonless Bodhisattva was also someone he was familiar with in the Divine Wilderness continent. The other was Wu Chun from Boundless Temple. He controlled the law of karma and was one of the sons of God. Soon there were about 1,000 people on the platform. The true Emperor Realm Elder's aura began to explode, and everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. However, this pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. He did not feel much. Lu Ming saw that Wu Yang, Wu Yu and Wu Chun were the same. Their faces were calm and they did not react at all. It seems that after Wu Yang and Wu Yu came to the Yuan continent, their strength has also improved astonishingly. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming was unfamiliar with the cultivation of Buddhism. He realized that he could nor see through the cultivation of the young monks at all. It was as if there was a ball of dazzling golden light in their bodies that concealed their cultivation realm. 30 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and they all passed the test very easily. I have no hair. Benefactor, have we met before? Since you are destined to be a Buddhist, why don't you shave your head and join the Buddhist sect? Wu Ming came to Lu Ming and said with a smile, "Go play somewhere else." Lu Ming waved his hands and walked down the fighting ring alone. The great emperor wants to take in a disciple. The test continued. After a few more tests, no one continued to sign up. In the end, about 3,000 people passed the first round of selection. For the next round, follow me, the middle-aged emperor said, then stepped into the air and left. Those who had passed the selection followed one after another, and those who had come to watch the show naturally followed. The crowd flew across the sky, and the middle-aged emperor soon stopped in the air. He saw a huge door of light in the air. This is the second round of selection. After you enter the door of light, you will enter a passageway. There will be various tests waiting for you in the passageway. As long as you can pass this passageway within 30 minutes, you will pass the test. You can go in together, the middle-aged emperor said. Buzz, buzz. With a flash, the 3,000 people flew into the light door. The light door was very big. It didn't seem crowded at all when more than 3,000 people flew in. The moment they flew in, they disappeared. Lu Ming felt his body tremble. He was in a passageway. There was no one else around him. He was alone. He knew that there was definitely a great formation set up here. It wasn't strange for great emperors to have some profound formations. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Although this passage was somewhat difficult, it was not a problem for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not use his full strength, but he passed through the entire passage very quickly. He smiled when he saw the entrance of the passage in front of him. About 5 minutes. He only used 5 minutes to pass through the passage. The test of this passage was very complicated. Not only did it test one's combat power, but it also tested one's courage, decisiveness, wisdom, willpower, and many more. It was very comprehensive. If he was outstanding in all these aspects, his talent would definitely not be bad. However, Lu Ming had gone through many storms and similar tests along the way. These tests were not difficult for him at all. Lu Ming stepped out of the passageway. As soon as he exited the passage, Lu Ming saw many people looking at him. Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that there were many people standing in the air. Most of them were older people, and some of them had particularly terrifying auras. No way! There are so many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that there were no less than 10 elders, and they all exuded the aura of great emperors. I'm not that fast, almsgiver. You're not that fast. Ha ha ha. With a Buddhist chant, the unscrupulous monk appeared. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming could not help but feel surprised. However, Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area and realized that a few young men had already passed through the passageway. It's him. Lu Ming saw a young man with a tall and straight figure. He stood with his hands behind his back and had a domineering aura. The son of chaos, Yuan Xian. Lu Ming had seen it during the Hunyuan sect's assessment. How could he forget? Yuan Xian glanced at Lu Ming indifferently and then looked away. Little fellow, what law do you cultivate? At this moment, an elder looked at Lu Ming with a bright gaze. The law of death. Lu Ming nodded, the aura of the death law emanating from his body. You're indeed the son of God? Little fellow, are you willing to take me as your master? The old man said. I feel that this old man is fated with him, and he should take me as his master. Another old man spoke. These people were all at the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that some great emperor figures were guarding here to take in disciples? Benefactor. These are the divine lands. They are all great emperors. Their purpose is to find talented young men to take in as disciples and pass on their legacies. The unscrupulous monk sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and understood. In the Yuan continent, under certain circumstances, changing factions was not a big deal. For example, some of the overwhelming prodigies had weak cultivation bases and had yet to rise to prominence. They might have masters with low cultivation bases, but these chosen would quickly rise to prominence and surpass their masters. For example, Lu Ming's current cultivation base was much stronger than that of the Cloud Dragon Valley master. Therefore, those who had already started to acknowledge their masters could no longer help those heaven's favorites. Those heaven's favorites could naturally acknowledge someone stronger as their master. Therefore, these great emperors were waiting here to try their luck. If they met a peerless genius who didn't have a powerful force behind him and was willing to take him as a master, they would be in for a good deal. Senior, thank you for your kindness. I already have a master, so I won't be taking him as my master for the time being. Lu Ming cupped his fist to express his gratitude. What a pity. The great emperors shook their heads in pity. He was the child of death and could pass through the passage in 5 minutes. He was top tier in all aspects, and all the emperors were tempted. However, it was obvious that very few of these heaven's favorites would really take a master. Usually, there would be a powerful force behind them, or a powerhouse. The group continued to wait. A few more people appeared behind them. Lu Ming saw a familiar face, the ancient devil. In the land of infinite demons, the genius who cultivated the ancient demonic path was undoubtedly a terrifying opponent. Several years had passed, and no one knew what level his cultivation base had reached. Shenxiao, immoral. At the 8th minute, Lu Ming saw Lu Shenxiao and Ouyang Moli walking out almost at the same time. He's so young. Many people's eyes moved, and the eyes of the old men lit up. Lu Shenxiao and Ouyang Moli looked too young. Ouyang Moli was slightly older, but he looked to be around 20 years old. Lu Shenxiao, on the other hand, looked to be less than 20 years old. It was extremely rare for someone so young to be able to walk out of the passageway in 8 minutes. The hearts of those old men were moved again. Haha, the two of them are not bad. They passed through the passageway in 8 minutes. They are extremely talented. An old man stepped forward and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior." Lu Shenxiao and Ouyang Moli bowed politely. "What laws have you two comprehended?" Another old man walked over and asked with a smile. Lu Shenxiao and Ouyang Moli didn't hide anything and released their auras. The sons from last time. They're all the sons from last time. The old men's eyes lit up even more. "Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master?" "Little fellow, are you willing to take me as your master?" The few old men spoke one after another as they stared at Lu Shenxiao and Ouyang Moli. Their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Shenxiao and Ouyang Moli looked at each other and shook their heads. "Senior, Junior already has a master, so one won't take another person as my master." Lu Shenxiao shook her head. "You already have a master? Who is your master?" "I'm a great emperor." An old man was anxious and quickly opened his mouth to reveal his cultivation. "My master's current cultivation is not as high as senior's, but in the future, he will definitely become a peak expert," Lu Shenxiao said with a firm expression. "Haha, little girl, how can it be so easy to become a peak expert? Don't be tricked." The old man laughed. "Oh. My master Lu Ming, however." Lu Shenxiao still shook her head. The old man was getting anxious. Lu Shenxiao was so young, yet she had such a cultivation level. Furthermore, she was able to pass through the passageway in 8 minutes. She was definitely very talented. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. "Little girl, who is your master? I'll go talk to him." The old man said. "My master is Lu Ming." Lu Xiangxiang's crisp voice rang out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Yuan Xian, the son of chaos, had his eyes flash with 2 bright lights like sword lights. The elder devil's eyes flickered and a layer of demonic light spread out from his body. There was also Muyang. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at Lu Shenxiao with hostility. "Lu Ming," the unscrupulous monk muttered as if he was reminiscing. He sized Lu Shenxiao up again. "Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming?" The old man asked again. "Lu Ming, the son of chaos of Mount Yuan." Lu Shenxiao added. "So it's him, Lu Ming, the son of chaos. I'm so young, but one have a disciple like you. Like master, like disciple." The old man sighed and continued. "Your master's talent is indeed unrivaled. If he doesn't die, it's normal for him to surpass me in the future. However, he has already fallen. No, I believe that my master is not dead." Lu Shenxiao shook her head, her delicate little face filled with determination. "Little girl, why don't you reconsider?" The old man was still unwilling to give up. "Many thanks, senior. But this junior will not change his master." Lu Xiangxiang shook her head firmly. This girl. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Little fellow, what about you? Do you have a master? At this moment, another elder stared at Ouyang Moli. Yes, my master is Lu Ming, Ouyang Emo said. The scene suddenly became quiet. The eyes of Yuan Xian, Muyang, and the others lit up. What? Lu Ming? Lu Ming again? Which Lu Ming? The great emperor realm old men were all stunned. She's my senior sister. Ouyang Moli pointed at Lu Xiangxiang and said. At the scene, everyone else was stunned. He was really Lu Ming's disciple. 3 sons of God in one family. This made everyone speechless. The Son of God was extremely rare. Even in the Golden Age, there were only a few of them. It was only during the Battle of the Ten Lands where all the talents of the Yuan continent gathered that they could see the Son of Heaven from time to time. On the other hand, Lu Ming was the Son of God. His 2 disciples were also the sons of God. In such a situation, even heavenly emperor powerhouses would be jealous. My master is definitely not dead, Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli said in unison. He's not dead. What a joke. He's just deceiving himself. Muyang said with a cold smile. What did you just say? Lu Xiangxiang glared at Muyang. I'm just telling the truth. You're so arrogant just because you have a little cultivation. How dare you behave atrociously in the divine land? You won't even know how you died. Muyang sneered. Humph. If I, the supreme martial artist, were here, what would you be? Hell definitely be abused by my master. Ouyang Moli coldly replied. What did you just say? You're looking for death. In an instant Muyang was enraged. His face turned red with anger. He thought that Ouyang Moli was mocking him on purpose. He had indeed been brutally abused and trampled under Lu Ming's feet previously. He had lost all his face. However, in reality, Ouyang Moli did not know Muyang at all. He had no idea that he had already been ruthlessly abused by Lu Ming. Did one get it right? Have you really been tortured by my master? Ouyang Moli seemed to have noticed something and continued to mock. You're looking for death. Muyang was furious. His body was filled with cold killing intent as he walked towards Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli. What are you doing? Is this a place for battle? An old man's cold eyes swept over to Muyang, causing Muyang to shiver and break out in cold sweat. He was like a deflated balloon. In the end, the old men sighed. They knew that it was a pity that Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli would not acknowledge a master. After that, more and more people passed through the passage. Half an hour later, about 1,000 people passed. The rest who did not pass were all eliminated. Out of more than 3,000 people, only 1,000 were left. All right, there's still the 3rd round of screening. Follow me. The middle-aged emperor came again and announced the result. Everyone followed, including the great emperors. The dense crowd flew towards another mountain peak. The peak of this mountain was extremely wide, as if it had been cut off by a sword. It looked very smooth. In the middle of the mountain, there was a huge fighting stage. It was covered with purple gold light, which was the power of the formation. The middle-aged emperor landed on the stage and said, This round of screening is the last round. Only 80 places will be left. 80 spots. Everyone was shocked. Out of more than 1,000 people, only 80 remained. The probability of elimination was too high. Moreover, this was only the selection process. What about the final battle? The rules are the same for all 4 battlefields. 80 people will be selected from each battlefield, and a total of 320 people will be engaged in the real battle, the ultimate showdown. However, let me tell you something. After this round of selection, all of you will be given an opportunity, a great opportunity. Many of you might even be able to use this opportunity to step into the martial emperor realm, the middle-aged emperor announced. What? Many people were shocked. After this round of selection, one would actually be able to obtain an opportunity and even step into the martial emperor realm. One must know that the step from emperor to be to martial emperor was extremely difficult to cross. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been stuck at this step. Some were stuck for a few years, some for a few decades, and some for thousands or tens of thousands of years. In fact, many people could not break through in their entire lives. This was a ridge, a big cut. Once one stepped into it, It meant that one's lifespan would be endless. As long as one survived the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years, one would be able to live forever. How carefree would that be? Countless people's lifelong goal in cultivation was to become a martial supreme. Now that there was an opportunity that could allow someone to break through to the martial supreme realm, everyone's hearts were burning with excitement. Before the Battle of the Ten Lands, there were great emperors who had revealed that this battle would be accompanied by great opportunities. It seemed like it was true. I must enter the top 80. One must obtain this opportunity. Many people clenched their fists and swore to themselves that they would make it into the top 80. Those who had already been eliminated sighed. Especially those sons of God. Their eyes were even more dazzling. The rules for this round are very simple. Everyone will step onto the fighting ring together and engage in a free-for-all battle. The 80 people who remain in the fighting ring will be the 80 people who advance to the next round. Of course, there's a condition. You can join forces, but the number of people joining forces cannot exceed 3. Exceeding 3 people will be considered a violation of the rules. The middle-aged emperor announced. Chapter 2097 Disciple in Danger. Many people were shocked. This rule could be said to be very simple and very crude, but it was also very effective. More than 1,000 people had gone up to the stage to fight a free-for-all, and the last 80 people remaining on the stage would advance. One could imagine how intense this would be, and the situation would change. It didn't necessarily mean that one was strong enough to stay until the end. It required luck. Of course, when one was strong enough, one could sweep through others and stay until the end without luck. Moreover, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the number of people working together to fight the enemy could not exceed 3. This was also a form of protection, and also a form of restriction. He was afraid that many experts would join forces. If more than a dozen top experts joined forces and swept the others, how could others play? With only 3 of them working together, the restrictions would be huge. Moreover, the teams cannot join forces against each other. The middle-aged emperor added. This made some people think, and the hopes of the teams working together were destroyed. Alright, that's all for the rules. Let's begin. The middle-aged emperor announced. Buzz. An NBSP whoosh. More than 1,000 young heaven's favorites flew up to the fighting ring. However, after they flew up to the fighting ring, they separated from each other and stared at each other cautiously. The fighting stage was huge, with a length and width of 100 miles. It was spacious for more than 1,000 people. Countless people were watching nervously from all directions. Let's join forces. How about we join forces? On the fighting ring, there was no battle at the first moment. Instead, they communicated with each other, planning to join forces. Buzz. An NBSP whoosh. Their figures flickered, and many people began to join forces. With 3 people in a group, there were many more groups on the fighting ring. Ming saw that Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, Qiu Yu and Huang Ling had joined forces. Bubbles, Huang Ling and Luo Tianyi were in a group, with the bubble as the core. Then Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli and Qiu Yu formed a group. Longchan, Desolate Li and Luo Xiang were in a group. Ouyang Wushuang and the 2 powerful king physiques who had joined the Dragon League in the Yuan Mountain were in one group. On the other side, Lu Ming saw that Wu Liang, Wu Yu and Wu Chan were in a group. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to form groups of 3. Some people had 2 people while some only had 1 person. Deathblade, Muyang, Yuan Xian and Ancient Devil were all alone. Their eyes were cold as they looked around. Get down! Suddenly a loud roar rang out. Someone had started to make a move. You're the ones who are going down. Boom! Boom! There was a violent collision and a great battle broke out. Pulling one hair would move the whole body. One person moving, all moving. The fighting ring was suddenly plunged into a chaotic battle. As long as he could knock the opponent off the stage, he would have a higher chance of remaining on the stage. Brat, go down! Someone had set their eyes on Lu Ming. It was a group of 3. The battle power of these 3 wasn't weak. The one in the lead had a king body and his cultivation had reached the perfected absolute saint realm. As for the other 2, although they didn't have king physiques, their spiritual bodies were upper-grade heaven spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had also reached the absolute saint perfection. The 3 of them launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming at the same time, wanting to knock him down in one fell swoop. It was a pity that they were too slow when they passed through the passage earlier, and did not see Lu Ming display the death law. Naturally, they did not know that Lu Ming was a son of God. During this period of time, many people had asked around about some of the famous sons of God, including their appearances. However, they had never seen a person like Lu Ming. "You're the ones who are going down." Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the three of them, his eyes filled with the aura of death. The three's attacks instantly crumbled under the death chi. "Not good, it's the law of death. This is a child of death." The three of them roared in shock and wanted to retreat. However, when Lu Ming cast Death's Eye, the death aura became even thicker and enveloped the three of them. The three of them immediately let out shrill screams, as if their vitality was about to be taken away. "Spare us, we admit defeat, we admit defeat." The three of them shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and the air of death disappeared. The three of them rushed down the fighting ring in a hurry, afraid that Lu Ming would kill them. The 100-mile-wide fighting ring looked very big when there was no battle, but it felt very small after the chaotic battle. With their current strength, they could travel more than 100 miles in an instant. Lu Xiangxiang and the others were in groups of 3. Their performance was very eye-catching and their strength was shocking. In the past 3 years, they had been brought to the corresponding secret places by Emperor Wu Xiang and the others to cultivate, and their progress could only be described as godlike. Bubble's cultivation base had long entered the Emperor-to-be realm. There were also people like Huang Ling, Long Chan, and Huang Li, all of whom were Emperor-to-be. Only Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli were slightly weaker, but they were also in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. Their mastery of their nomological laws had reached 99%, only one step away from becoming an Emperor-to-be. However, they were the children of God and had shocking battle power. They were even stronger than the Emperor-to-be king body. Wherever they passed, experts were knocked off the fighting stage one by one. Not many people could match them. Humph! Lu Ming's disciple, get lost. Muyang had his eyes on Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, and Qiu Yu. His body flickered as he charged towards the three of them. Be careful. Qiu Yu reminded. The cold and heat in her body were intertwined. One side was hot while the other side was cold. They created a terrifying destructive force that blasted toward Muyang. At the same time, the light of laws covered her entire body. A yin-yang law flowed like a long river. Greenwood raises the sky. Lu Xiangxiang waved her hand and an ancient green tree appeared. It was so huge that it covered the sky and pressed down on Muyang. At the same time, Ouyang Moli wielded the reincarnation halberd and slashed out. 6 reincarnation vortexes followed the halberd and slashed toward Muyang. You want to stop me? Die! Muyang shouted. With a wave of his hand, the void law trembled and rays of void light shot towards the three. Boom! Boom! Boa/1. With 3 loud bangs, Qiu Yu, Lu Xiangxiang, and Ouyang Moli's attacks all collapsed and turned into nothingness under the void law. It had to be said that Muyang's strength was amazing. He had already begun to develop a small world and stood at the peak of Emperor-to-be. Qiu Yu had a king body. Although she was also at the peak of Emperor-to-be, she couldn't fight against Muyang. As for Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli, they were not Emperor-to-be yet. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for Muyang. Your master is dead. I'll send you to accompany him. Muyang sneered as he charged towards Lu Xiangxiang and the other 2. The 3 of them tried their best to resist, but they were still completely at a disadvantage and in imminent danger. Not far away, Bubbles and the others wanted to help, but there was a rule that 3 people would form a group. No one else could interfere and they could only be anxious. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Not only did Muyang send assassins to kill him, but now he also wanted to deal with his disciple. In his heart, Muyang was already on his must-kill list. Suppressing Muyang once again, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed forward. He didn't attack Muyang because if he did, it would mean that he and Lu Xiangxiang had broken the rules by teaming up. He immediately charged at the people behind Muyang. The other chosen of the Mu clan were there. Kill! Lu Ming charged toward a group of 3. They were all Mu clan's prodigies, and 2 of them had king physique. The Mu family was indeed powerful. Not only did they have Muyang, a son of God, but they also had 2 king physiques. They were extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming even arrived, the terrifying light of death had already enveloped the three Mu family powerhouses. The three Mu clan elites were shocked and tried their best to block. However, Lu Ming knew it in an instant. The light of death burst out in his eyes again. This was Death's Eye, a terrifying innate technique that possessed astonishing killing power. Buzz! Buzz! Rays of light burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. They were like combat weapons that made clanking sounds as they charged at the other party. With a miserable scream, one of the three Mu family geniuses, who did not have a king body and had a slightly weaker cultivation, was directly killed and his body was cut into several pieces. Even the two king bodies were heavily injured. If it weren't for the fact that they were all in the Emperor-to-be realm and the laws had formed a river around them, they would have been killed. Even so, there were a few wounds on their bodies and blood was flowing out. The power of death attached to the wounds, trying to take away their vitality. Then Lu Ming smacked down with his palm. The two Mu clan's king physique spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. "Muyang, save us!" One of the Mu clan's king physiques roared in fear. "Brat, you're looking for death." Muyang let out a long howl. He abandoned Lu Xiangxiang and the others and charged towards Lu Ming. "I've been waiting for you." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In his hand, the death law turned into a sword light and slashed out. Not only did this sword light contain the law of death, but it also contained the law of devouring and the law of array Dao. Its power increased dramatically, and the two Mu clan king bodies couldn't block it at all. With two shrieks, two heads flew up into the air, and blood spurted 10 meters high. How audacious! You're looking for death. Outside the fighting ring, there were also experts of the Mu family who were watching. They roared like wild lions full of killing intent. The death of two Mu clan's king bodies was a world-shaking event for the Mu clan. The price was too great, and their hearts were bleeding. Normally, a king body had the potential to become a great emperor. Such geniuses were too precious, but now they were both killed. However, even though the people of the Mu family were furious, they did not dare to make a move on such an occasion. They could only watch helplessly, hoping that Muyang could kill Lu Ming and avenge the Mu family's king physique. After Lu Ming killed the two Mu clan's king physique, he moved like a bolt of lightning and rushed toward Muyang. Now that Muyang had abandoned Lu Xiangxiang and the others, he could naturally make his move. "Brat, die! Muyang roared. He activated the void law and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also sent a palm strike. Boom! The two attacks collided, but the result was that Muyang's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. On the fighting stage, the spectators were shocked, especially the experts of the Mu family. How was it possible that Muyang was no match for him? Muyang was known as one of the seed experts this time. He was extremely powerful and had already begun to develop a small world. He had lost to Lu Ming back then because Lu Ming was too abnormal. But now, a child of death had appeared out of nowhere and was able to suppress Muyang. There are too many experts in the world. There are many hidden heavens favorites that we don't even know about. That's right. The so-called seed experts from before aren't the strongest. No one knows how many stronger heavens favorites there are in the dark. What's the name of this child of death? His strength is astonishing. I think he's called Tianyun. That's the name he used to register. Some people were discussing. Roar. On the fighting ring, Muyang roared angrily. He was actually forced to retreat. This made him furious. The aura on his body became more and more violent as he launched an intense attack on Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming met his enemy head-on and exchanged blows with Muyang. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming completely suppressed Muyang. Muyang kept retreating. The void law on his body seemed to be penetrated by Lu Ming. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's palm broke through Muyang's defense and landed on his body. Muyang cried out in pain as his body flew out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Muyang, is this all you've got? It's ridiculous that you can be called a seed expert. Lu Ming sneered and strode towards Muyang. I'm going to kill you. Muyang's eyes were red. The saint energy in his body was boiling, and the void energy was constantly pouring into his body from the void, giving off a bright light. The ocean of nothingness. Muyang used his most powerful move and conjured an ocean of nothingness that enveloped Lu Ming. Go to hell! Muyang seemed to have gone crazy as he controlled the void ocean. The void ocean let out a rumbling sound and transformed into all kinds of terrifying attacks, trying to turn everything in the void ocean into nothing. Nearby, a few people did not manage to escape and were directly swept into the sea of nothingness. They let out shrill screams and turned into nothingness. Thump! Boom! However, a terrifying rumble came from the sea of nothingness. It was like a drum being shaken, and the sea of nothingness started to roll violently. Muyang's expression changed. He tried his best to control the void sea, but it was useless. The void sea trembled more and more violently. Finally, with a boom, it exploded and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His killing intent was wild as he charged at Muyang. He was determined to kill Muyang. Muyang's expression turned ugly. He retreated rapidly, not daring to fight Lu Ming. Get lost, get lost. Muyang ran like crazy. Anyone who stood in his way was either killed or sent flying off the fighting stage. However, he still could not escape. Very soon, Lu Ming caught up to him. He could only fight with all his might. However, after a few moves, he was struck by Lu Ming's move. His body was sent flying and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body almost exploded. How could this be? Tianyan's nomological laws had not reached perfection, and he had not reached the emperor-to-be realm. How could he be so strong? Even Muyang can't resist it? Some people were dumbfounded. On the surface, Muyang's cultivation base was indeed stronger. They were both children of God, but how could there be such a huge difference in their combat strength? That little guy doesn't only control one law of death. He also controls other laws. This is a fusion of laws. An immortal emperor spoke, his voice filled with shock. Although Lu Ming could merge several types of laws and hide them well, ordinary people would not be able to tell. However, the great emperor was a figure that could not be hidden. As long as he paid more attention, he would be able to tell. What? A fusion of several laws? That's insane. Those below the rank of Martial Supreme can actually control several types of nomological laws. Many people were shocked. Chapter 2100 battlingYuan Xian. For someone below the rank of a Martial Supreme to be able to control several laws, and even fuse them together was beyond his imagination. Not only the commoners, but even the great emperor old men were shocked. Of course, Lu Ming did not use the chaos law. If he did not use it, they would not be able to tell. If they saw that Lu Ming had mastered two ultimate laws, they would not know what kind of expression they would have. Also, this little guy has used a disguising technique. It's very brilliant. Some emperors muttered. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ming to hide his divine breath from the great emperor. However, these great emperors had never seen him before. Although they could tell that he had used the disguising technique, they did not know Lu Ming's real identity. After Lu Ming sent Muyang flying, he continued to charge toward Muyang. At this moment, Muyang no longer had the will to fight. He only wanted to escape. However, he was not willing to rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. This was because as long as they passed this selection, they would be able to obtain a great opportunity to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. I must hold on. As long as one passed this selection, they'll be able to enter the Martial Emperor realm. At that time, 111 skin this kid alive and extract his meridians. Muyang roared in his heart. However, the next moment, he was scared out of his wits because Lu Ming had come again. Lu Ming's attack had pierced through his defense and landed on his back. Blood splattered everywhere. A huge hole was blasted open on Muyang's body, and the light from the front to the back could be seen. Of course, this kind of injury could only severely injure Muyang but not kill him. Muyang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with fear. Now, even if he wanted to rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat, he could not do it. Stop, boy. Muyang is a supreme prodigy of the Mu clan. If you dare to kill him, you'll be buried with him. Outside the fighting ring, an expert of the Mu family shouted with all his might. Muyang was the son of God. His talent was unparalleled, he couldn't die. The Mu family's powerhouses wanted nothing more than to destroy the fighting stage and kill Lu Ming. Shut up, are you all going to interfere with the Battle of the Ten Lands? The middle-aged emperor glanced coldly at the Mu family expert, causing him to shut up obediently with an ugly expression. This middle-aged emperor was from the overlord force of Destiny City. Furthermore, the Battle of the Ten Lands was jointly organized by the great emperors of the various lands, and no one had the right to interfere. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked toward Muyang. Enough! At this moment, a cold and aloof voice rang out from behind Lu Ming. An extremely powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. He felt as if there was a ferocious beast staring at him from behind, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Lu Ming turned around slowly and saw a young man walking toward him with his hands behind his back. Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian, the son of chaos. Yuan Xian had a slender figure and a handsome face. With his hands behind his back, he had an invincible aura. It was true. He walked around the fighting ring as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. No one dared to make a move on him. That was because Yuan Xian was known as one of the most powerful people among the younger generation of the Yuan continent. She was extremely terrifying. Yuan Xin, help me kill him. Help me kill this kid. Seeing Yuan Xian, Muyang shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yuan Xian did not say anything. He continued to walk slowly toward Lu Ming. His pace was not fast, but his aura grew stronger with each step. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He could sense a sense of danger from Yuan Xian. Yuan Xin is going to make a move. Around the fighting ring, many people's eyes lit up, and even many of the older generation showed interest. Yuan Xian, the son of chaos, was famous for his fighting prowess. He was extremely powerful, and even the other sons of heaven had to bow their heads in front of him. He was ranked alongside Destiny's Child and was known as one of the strongest. Muyang and Yuan Xin are good friends, so it's normal for Yuan Xin to help when Muyang is injured, that Tianyun is in trouble. He doesn't stand a chance against Yuan Xian. Let's hope he can last until the selection ends. Otherwise, it'll be a pity if such a genius doesn't pass the selection. Many people thought that Lu Ming was not Yuan Xin's match and would be defeated. Son of chaos, I'd like to see your true combat strength. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There was a sharp glint and a strong fighting spirit. Although he had fought with Yuan Xian during the Hunyuan sex assessment, there had been many restrictions at the time. Their cultivation bases had been suppressed to the same level, and even their divine abilities and bloodlines had been suppressed. They had not been able to unleash their true battle prowess. If you want to see, then I'll let you see, Yuan Xian said coldly and arrogantly. She took a step forward and charged at Lu Ming, throwing a punch. This punch was like an archaic divine mountain pressing down. Space howled as it was directly pierced through. This punch was extremely terrifying, and even an ordinary one-star martial emperor would find it difficult to withstand it. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his body swayed like a huge dragon. His powerful physical strength burst out. His saint power surged and blasted out along his arm. It was also a punch. Lu Ming also used the Death Law, the Devour Law, and the Array Dao Law in this punch. The two fists collided heavily. The entire fighting ring rumbled violently, and the void trembled continuously. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. Nearby, some young men were hit by the energy and were sent flying out of the fighting ring, spitting out blood. Some of the heaven's favorites with high cultivation changed their expressions and dodged the attack. The two of them trembled and swayed. The first move didn't determine the winner. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Yuan Xin's expression did not change even though he did not manage to force Lu Ming back with one move. The laws of chaos emanated from his body, making his aura even more oppressive. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xin's fists kept punching out. The fist forces were like meteorites, smashing toward Lu Ming. Death's Eye. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with radiance. Rays of light shot out like combat weapons and slashed at Yuan Xin's fist force. These rays of light were not only the Death Law but also other laws. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. This Yuan Xian is indeed very strong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had now combined three types of laws. Although his mastery of the laws of death and the law of devouring had not reached their limits, the eruption of the three types of laws, together with his spiritual body and saint power, had given him an astonishing combat strength. However, he could not do anything to Yuan Xian. He realized that Yuan Xin's physical body was also astonishingly strong, not much weaker than his. However, Lu Ming still had the laws of chaos. He had already reached 99% mastery of the chaos laws. Once he used the chaos laws and fused them with the death laws, the two ultimate laws would fuse, and the power would skyrocket. However, now was not the time to expose himself. In the blink of an eye, after a few more moves, the two of them exchanged blows and retreated a few steps at the same time. Your combat strength is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You are no match for me. At this point in the battle, Yuan Xin's eyes finally lit up. Boom! Then a shocking aura burst out from his body. The aura was as vast as the ocean, like 1,000 waves sweeping through the sky. Chapter 2100 Immoral Emperor. The aura on Yuan Xin's body suddenly soared and turned into a terrifying howl that swept through the sky. Emperor Might. The martial emperor realm. Yuan Xin's cultivation had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. The spectators around the fighting ring were also shocked. He had heard that Yuan Xian was in seclusion to break through to the martial emperor realm. He did not expect that she would really succeed and become a martial emperor. Once he became an emperor, he would be on two different levels. He would transform and improve greatly in all aspects. The saint's heart began to evolve into a small world, and his lifespan was endless. As long as he could survive the tribulation of heaven and earth, he would live as long as heaven and earth. This was an extreme transformation. An emperor-to-be was actually in the saint realm, the martial saint realm. And to become a sovereign, one would be a martial sovereign. Yuan Xian has proven his Tao and become a monarch. This is too shocking. His combat strength was already invincible. Now that he has proven his Tao and become a monarch, who can defeat him? He's going to sweep the world. He might not be. I've heard that the Son of Destiny has already become a saint emperor. There might be other heaven's favorites who have become saint emperors as well. Some people were discussing, but they were still shocked. To become a saint emperor at such a young age, this was something unimaginable in the past. A vast emperor pressure emanated from Yuan Xin's body, shocking everyone. Lu Ming was shocked. It seems like one can only reveal my identity. Lu Ming had a thought. Yuan Xian had already become a monarch, so his combat strength would increase dramatically. He had to use all his strength to fight against her. In this case, he would have to expose his identity. Now that he was exposed, he did not want to. After all, there were many people who wanted to kill him. If he was exposed now, Lu Xiangxiang and the others would be implicated. Although the Battle of the Ten Lands had already begun and they would naturally be protected by the various experts, one could not be too careful. In the face of a high-level illusionary emperor, Lu Ming did not have the ability to protect himself, let alone a true emperor or great emperor. If the energy in the celestial thearch's body was sufficient, Lu Ming would not have so many concerns. Now is not the time yet. However, facing Yuan Xian, who had become a great emperor, he had no other choice but to fight with all his might. Ha ha ha, Yuan Xian, you've become a divine emperor. That's great. Kill that kid. Muyang laughed excitedly. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation technique with all his might to heal his injuries. The injuries on his body were rapidly healing. He then turned his gaze to Lu Xiangxiang and the others. Once he recovered, he would make them pay the price. Bang! At this moment, Yuan Xian took a step forward, and the entire fighting ring shook. A terrifying aura like 10,000 waves pressed toward Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming struck with his palm and broke Yuan Xin's aura. You're putting up a stubborn resistance, Yuan Xian said coldly. He stood tall and exuded a vast emperor's might, which made him even more majestic. He was like an ancient emperor walking in the mortal world. My hair! At this time a Buddhist chant was heard. A monk walked over with a smile. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear under his feet. An extremely powerful aura emanated from his body, pressing toward Yuan Xian. This monk was naturally unscrupulous. However, what left Lu Ming dumbfounded was that the aura that Wu Liang was emitting was clearly that of a martial supreme. The unscrupulous monk had already proven his Tao and become a divine emperor. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he could not help but be stunned. This unreliable monk had already proven his Tao and become an emperor. There was an uproar around the fighting ring. Many people were shocked. Another martial sovereign had appeared, and he was so young too. It was truly shocking. Yuan Xin's eyes also revealed a hint of solemnness. She looked at Wu Liang and said, "You want to fight me? If you let him go, I won't fight you." Wu Ming pointed at Lu Ming. At this moment, Wu Liang's entire body was covered in golden light, and a wheel of Buddhist light flashed behind his head. He put his palms together and looked solemn like a virtuous monk. "You know him?" Yuan Xian said. "One don't know him, but he just helped those two little guys." Wu Liang pointed at Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli and said, "The master of these two little fellows is Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming and I came from the same place. He's a little brother one took in the past. So, do you understand now?" The monk said in all seriousness. It was fine when he heard the first part, but when he heard the latter part, Lu Ming's face turned black. When did he become an unscrupulous underling? Longchan was also speechless. He was old acquaintances with the unscrupulous monk. The unscrupulous monk's cultivation base had shocked him, but his bragging skills had left him speechless. "Then let's fight." Yuan Xian was very direct as she walked toward the unscrupulous monk. Boom! His aura exploded out, shaking heaven and earth as he punched out, causing heaven and earth to shake. "My hair!" The monk chanted the name of Buddha, and his body shone with golden light. Behind him, a Lu-meter-tall golden Buddha appeared. It reached out a golden palm and struck toward Yuan Xian. Boom! There was a deafening boom and a terrifying energy swept out. The people nearby were sent flying. Even Lu Ming took 2 steps back. The law of karma. Wu Liang has also mastered the law of karma. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. After the unscrupulous monk came to the Yuan continent, he definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Or perhaps, he was already extremely talented, but he had not fully discovered it in the Divine Wilderness continent. Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xian let out a long roar, and his aura became even stronger. Like an invincible god of war, he charged toward the unscrupulous monk. Golden body of Buddha. The monk put his palms together and muttered. Behind him, the huge golden body of Buddha turned into a golden light and flew into his body. His body shone with a golden light, and even his skin turned golden. He looked like a golden man. He used the Buddha's giant palm print and attacked Yuan Xian. Boom! Boom! The two of them continued to clash and fought madly on the fighting ring, sometimes on the east side, sometimes on the west side. Many people were swept by the aftershocks of their battle, and were either seriously injured or blasted off the battle platform. Immediately, a large number of people were blasted off the fighting ring. Some of the stronger Heaven's favorites used movement techniques to dodge. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had his eyes on Muyang. It was good that he had made an unscrupulous move. At least he didn't have to be exposed for the time being. At this moment, Muyang's face was extremely ugly. He had thought that Yuan Xian could kill Lu Ming. He did not expect that an unscrupulous person would appear. His combat strength was so shocking that he could compete with Yuan Xian. Now that Lu Ming had his eyes on him, he was extremely depressed and could only flee. "Where do you think you're going? Why don't you just roll off the stage yourself?" Lu Ming chased after Muyang and sneered. Muyang gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had been moving around the edge of the fighting stage. If he really couldn't handle it, he would really jump off the fighting stage. After all, his life was more important than the opportunity. Alright, the competition is over. Everyone stop. At this moment, the middle-aged emperor arrived above the fighting stage. His powerful aura made everyone stop. The battle between Yuan Xian and Wu Liang had also stopped. The Mountain of Destiny, it's over. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and realized that there were not many people left in the fighting ring. Including him, there were exactly so people. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not pay attention for a moment, which allowed Muyang to escape. It's over, ha ha ha. It's over. Muyang was ecstatic. He finally made it to the end and became one of the last 80 people so he could obtain an opportunity. Wait until one break through to the martial supreme realm. I'm going to cut you into 8 pieces. Muyang stared at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. You're lucky. Lu Ming pursed his lips and sized up the remaining people. Bubbles, Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, Qinyu, Fengling, Longchan, Ouyang Wushuang, Luoxiang, and Luo Tianyi had all successfully remained in the fighting ring. Apart from Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli, the others had all entered the Emperor-to-be realm. Moreover, they were in groups of 3. Unless they were targeted by the Son of Heaven, it would not be difficult for them to last until the end. Alright, the 80 of you have passed the selection. Now 111 let you rest for a while. Then follow me. A great opportunity is waiting for you, the middle-aged emperor announced. The 80 people on the stage were naturally overjoyed, while those who had been eliminated were sighing in despair, somewhat unwilling. On the fighting ring, some of our injured people immediately sat down cross-legged and began to heal. Big brother, thank you for your help. Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others walked over and cupped their fists to thank Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course his voice had also changed. Qiu Yu sized Lu Ming up curiously. She had a feeling that Lu Ming was very familiar. This was her intuition. After that, Longchan, Huangling, Desolate Li, and the rest came over to express their gratitude to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had wanted to acknowledge everyone, but after thinking about it, he held back. It wouldn't be too late to acknowledge it later. Longchan, long time no see. The unscrupulous monk walked over with a smile. Wuchen and Moonless were with him. Wuchen's cultivation was at the peak of Emperor-to-be, and he could control the laws. He was extremely powerful and was a top heaven's favorite. Moonless was a little worse. Although she also had the cultivation of Emperor-to-be, she only had the king body. Heartless, I haven't seen you for many years. One didn't expect that you've already become an emperor. Longchan also greeted Wu Liang. Haha, let me tell you, I'm the reincarnation of the Buddha God. I'm destined to be a man who will fight at the peak. Back in the divine wilderness continent, I just didn't discover my potential, so I wasn't your match. Now be it you or Lu Ming, neither of you are my match. The unscrupulous monk laughed and was extremely proud. Humph, if my master was here, you definitely wouldn't be his match. Xiangxiang Bela was displeased to hear Lu Ming being belittled. At the mention of Lu Ming, everyone fell silent. How is he now? I'm a rice-haired guy. Don't worry. Lu Ming is an old fox. He's very smart and won't die so easily. Other than me, who can barely suppress him, no one is his match. The monk said. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. This guy, was he complimenting him or belittling him? Why did he feel so uncomfortable listening to him? Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli glared at Wu Liang. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't beat Wu Liang, they would have beaten him up. Buzz! At this moment, Bubbles' figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. She blinked her big eyes and sized Lu Ming up curiously. After not seeing each other for a few years, Bubbles still looked like she was 2 or 3 years old, as if she would not grow up. However, her cultivation base was improving at a rapid pace, and she was about to break through to the Emperor realm. You are brother Lu Ming, Bubbles suddenly said. Of course, Bubbles was transmitting her voice, so no one else heard her. Lu Ming touched his nose. He could not hide it from Bubbles. The top 10 beasts were no small matter. Bubble, it's me. Don't tell anyone for now. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. I knew you didn't die. Bubbles transmitted a message, and her large eyes revealed a look of joy. She then ran to Xiangxiang Bella's shoulder and sat down. Let's adjust our breathing first. Luo Tianyi said. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy. Everyone sat cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. Not far away, Muyang glanced at Lu Xiangxiang and the others from time to time with a ruthless expression on his face. He was thinking of some kind of evil plan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was afraid that if his identity was exposed, Muyang would do something to harm Lu Xiangxiang and the rest. He seriously suspected that the last assassin from the Death God Nation was hired by Muyang. A day quickly passed and everyone was almost done recuperating. Come with me, the middle-aged emperor ordered as he led everyone toward the center of the city. The others followed suit. They were all curious about what this so-called opportunity was. Soon, a majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain peak was too majestic and too tall. It pierced through the sky. This was the Mountain of Destiny, known as the most majestic mountain in the City of Destiny. Legend had it that it was connected to the sky and could lead to the heaven realm. They landed on the Destiny Mountain. He found that there were already many people on the Destiny Mountain. Has the battle in the southern war zone ended? A beautiful woman looked over. Your eastern war zone is fast. The middle-aged emperor smiled and greeted the other party. Obviously, the other side was from the eastern battle region, and they had also selected 80 top heaven's favorites. The paragons on both sides sized each other up. The Star River. Lu Ming saw the eternal Star River among the 80 people from the eastern war zone. No wonder he had not been seen before. It turned out that he had gone to the eastern war zone. Alright, you guys can rest here. When the time comes, the opportunity will naturally appear. The middle-aged emperor said. Everyone's heart moved as they all guessed what the so-called opportunity was. He could actually help people to become emperors. It made one's heart burn. Everyone waited here. 1 day later, the heaven's favorites from the north arrived. 2 days later, the heaven's favorites from the western battle region arrived. Meanwhile, more and more people gathered near Destiny Mountain, filling the sky. At the highest point there were many figures standing there. They were shrouded in divine light and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, each of them gave people a feeling of vastness and unfathomability. Great Emperor! Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that these people standing at the top and being enveloped by the divine light were all great emperors. It wasn't necessarily a great emperor from the divine fated land. There could be great emperors from other regions. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed in the depths of the sky. Then, the light became brighter and brighter. They're here. An immortal emperor spoke. Everyone's spirit was roused as they all looked into the depths of the sky. He's here. What's here? Everyone was extremely curious. Boom! 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 The sky trembled. Then everyone saw a path that extended all the way here. This was an ancient road made of bluestone, filled with the marks of time. A path had actually appeared in the sky, causing many people to be dumbfounded. The first corner of the primordial realm in the depths of the sky, a path actually appeared and extended down. It was a jaw-dropping sight. Where did this path come from, or rather, where did it lead to? Was the so-called opportunity related to this path? Everyone looked over carefully and found that this road had an end. At the end of the road there was a door of light. They didn't know where the door of light led to. Everyone, now let me tell you what the opportunity is. At this moment, a white-haired elder stepped out of the sky. He was obviously a great emperor and a very powerful one at that. The end of this path leads to a corner of the world. Why is it called a corner of the world? That's because that corner of the world was separated from the primordial realm when it was first created. To this day, it still retains its original appearance. The nomological laws there are extremely clear and the connate origin energy is rich. Whether it's cultivating the nomological system or the primordial system, one's cultivation speed will be shockingly fast there. The white-haired emperor said. The scene was in an uproar. It was actually a corner of the primordial realm's world at the beginning of its creation, and it still retained the appearance of the primordial realm at the beginning of its creation. This was definitely an unimaginable opportunity for cultivation. This was a great opportunity. Countless people, including the martial sovereigns, were looking at him with burning eyes. When one cultivated to the martial emperor realm, one had to evolve a small world. Entering that corner of the primordial realm's newly formed world would definitely be a great improvement and advancement for developing a small world. No wonder it was said that those who entered had a high chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. This corner of the world was obtained by a powerful figure from the void. This time, it will be used as a reward for the chosen who passed the selection. However, this corner of the world is not big after all. Moreover, it has been around for too long. For those below the martial supreme realm or low-level void supreme realm, it is very useful. If one's cultivation is higher, it will not be of much use. The white-haired elder's explanation made many martial emperor powerhouses sigh. Go on in. You only have 2 years in there. After 2 years, that Almighty will send you out. How much you can gain in there will depend on you. The Battle of the 10 Lands will only truly begin in 2 years. The white-haired emperor announced. 2 years. They had 2 years. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He must make good use of these 2 years. Now let's set off. Well, follow this ancient path and step on it. The white-haired emperor said. Buzz. An NBSP whoosh. As soon as the white-haired emperor finished speaking, one figure after another stepped onto the ancient road and followed it up. Let's go too. Qiu Yu Lu Xiangxiang, and the others also stepped onto the ancient road. The Star River Yuan Xian Muyang, and the others all stepped on the ancient road one by one, heading into the depths of the sky. The person in front had already reached the end. He stepped into the light door and disappeared. Countless people were envious, especially those young heaven's favorites. Their eyes were burning with passion but also helpless. This was a great opportunity. They knew that this batch of 320 people would definitely be stronger in 2 years. The gap between them and these people would be further widened. The strong were always strong. However, no one dared to sneak in. There were so many great sovereigns here. If anyone thought they could sneak in, they would be dreaming. Lu Ming also stepped onto the ancient path and walked up step by step. Very soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the ancient path and arrived at the door of light. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. Soon, all 320 heaven's favorites stepped into the light door and disappeared. At this moment, the ancient road began to withdraw into the light door. Then the light door disappeared from the sky. Senior, I wonder which major power acquired this corner of the world. Someone asked. Some of the cultivators from the major forces were thinking about how great the benefits would be if they could pay a visit to this powerful figure, and let some of the younger generation of their forces cultivate there. From the heavenly realm, the white-haired emperor said. Everyone shut up. It was actually a mighty person from the heaven realm. At the same time, everyone was secretly shocked. Could it be that there was a powerful person from the heaven realm paying attention to this battle of the 10 lands? Everyone come back in 2 years. The white-haired emperor said. Then he took a step forward and left. 2 years later, who will be the master of the game? Someone whispered. They were filled with anticipation. Then, everyone left, and the area around the Mountain of Destiny returned to its peaceful state. After Lu Ming stepped through the light door, the world spun. The next moment, he found himself on a protruding rock. What a strong pressure! As soon as he appeared, Lu Ming felt an endless pressure coming from all directions. It was as if there were hundreds of mountains pressing down on him at all times. Bang! Lu Ming tried to take a step forward. The earth rumbled and Lu Ming's body felt as heavy as a mountain. Is this the first corner of the primordial realm? Lu Ming muttered and looked around. What came into view was a boundless rock. There were rocks and barren land everywhere. There was no vegetation or any living beings. A desolate and ancient aura came. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that the connate qi of origin here was unimaginably dense. As he breathed in and out, a dense connate qi of origin turned into beams of light and rushed into his mouth. Also, Lu Ming felt that the laws here were extremely clear. When he released his spiritual consciousness, he felt as if his body was bathed in endless laws. Lu Ming circulated the holy power into his eyes and was shocked. At that moment, everything that appeared in front of Lu Ming changed. Between the sky and the earth, there were many tiny silk ribbons swimming, emitting various kinds of light. It was as if the world was made up of thousands of thin threads. These were all nomological threads that could only be formed when the nomological laws were extremely clear and dense. The world at the beginning of the world. This is the world at the beginning of the world. Lu Ming mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. Legend had it that when the heavens and earth first opened and everything evolved, the cultivation environment was the best. The laws were clear and the innate qi of origin was rich. Cultivation would be much faster then. The middle-aged emperor was right. This was an opportunity. If an emperor to be cultivated here, their chances of becoming an emperor would be greatly increased. However, the pressure from the world is too great. Lu Ming sighed. One could not fly here. Not to mention flying, even walking for a short distance would probably exhaust the saint power in his body. The best way was to stay in place and cultivate quietly. In fact, almost everyone who came in was like this, sitting cross-legged on the ground and quietly cultivating. This was a rare opportunity. They only had 2 years, so they naturally had to cherish it. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged on the spot and extended his spiritual consciousness. He could clearly capture various laws in the world. Chapter 2104 Strength Surge. Lu Ming emptied his mind and began to comprehend the laws of chaos. And in BSP he immediately sensed the incredibly clear laws of chaos between heaven and earth, many times clearer than the outside world. With a single thought, the law threads between heaven and earth flew toward Lu Ming and wrapped around him. From the outside, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of light. He looked holy and unparalleled. Lu Ming could feel that his understanding of the laws of chaos was deepening. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded and rose. The laws of chaos whistled and filled Lu Ming's body. With a single thought, the chaos laws between heaven and earth were easily controlled by Lu Ming, forming the shape of a large river that circled around him. River of laws. The laws of chaos had finally broken through the shackles and reached the perfect stage, forming the shape of a river. Laws forming a river did not mean that laws would really become a river. They were laws at perfection. With a thought, they would condense together like a river. Then the chaos laws continued to pour into Lu Ming's body, helping him to temper his body and saint energy. The previous time he had perfected the array Dao laws. Lu Ming already had the experience, and this time, he was familiar with the process. 2 days later, Lu Ming's aura had completely stabilized. My strength and saint energy have both increased by a large amount. Lu Ming carefully sensed the changes in his body and revealed a look of joy. The strongest law formed a river. To become an emperor to be, the tempering of the body and saint power was much stronger than the king path law. The last time he had a breakthrough in the array Dao laws, his physical body and saint power had improved, but this time they had improved even more. The saint heart in his dantian was crystal clear and filled with endless saint power. As the saint heart rotated, endless saint power poured into his meridians like a river. There was a faint glow circulating in Lu Ming's body, which was filled with infinite power. Strong. He was too strong. Lu Ming felt that his combat strength had increased by a large margin. 111 Start comprehending the death and devour laws now. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. If the law of death and the law of devouring were both perfected, how strong would his body and saint power be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation and he began to comprehend. The comprehension of nomological laws in this world was indeed unique and much faster than outside. Not only that, but this piece of heaven and earth was a corner left behind when the primordial realm first opened. It was also very helpful in developing a small world. However, Lu Ming had yet to reach the stage of breaking through to the martial supreme realm. Cultivation knew no time. As Lu Ming focused on cultivation, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. In half a year's time, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the death rule and the devour rule to 99%. This speed was already shockingly fast. In the outside world, it would definitely not be possible without 5 years. However, after it was raised to 99%, it would be difficult to cultivate it to perfection in one go. It would take time to accumulate. At this moment, Lu Ming began to think. He wanted to cultivate other laws. What laws should I cultivate? Lu Ming frowned and pondered carefully. After all, he could cultivate many types of nomological laws. The nomological laws could merge with each other and greatly increase his strength. Furthermore, comprehending nomological laws in this world was too fast. He did not want to miss it. He was studying other laws. Extreme limit law. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the ultimate law. The laws of extremity and extreme power allowed each of his attacks to contain terrifying power. Furthermore, Long Chan and Desolate Power both cultivated the laws of extremity. Lu Ming had sparred with Long Chan and Desolate Power many times, so he had a better understanding of the laws of extremity. It would be easier for him to comprehend them. Furthermore, as more of his laws reached perfection, Lu Ming's physical body and saint energy would become stronger. In addition, the laws of chaos would be as heavy as a mountain. His attacks would become more and more powerful. With the addition of the extreme rule, his attack would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming put his thoughts into action and began to seriously comprehend the ultimate law. This world was indeed different. In just a few days, Lu Ming had a feeling. He felt that he had touched the door, and he was more serious in comprehending it. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming had really crossed the threshold. He had comprehended the law of extremity. When he threw a punch, it carried extreme power and was shockingly powerful. From then on, he began to comprehend the death law, the devour law, and the extremity law at the same time. He would take turns to comprehend each law for a few days. Another 3 months passed, and the law of devouring was finally perfected. The law turned into a river, and Lu Ming's physical body and holy power were greatly enhanced. 3 months after the breakthrough of the engulfing rule, Lu Ming had been here for more than a year. He had also made a breakthrough in the death rule. The rule formed a river and achieved perfection. His body and saint power were refined again. Now Lu Ming could feel his holy power surging, and it was terrifyingly powerful. His body was filled with explosive power. He felt that he could blow up a 1-star martial emperor with his physical strength alone. This wasn't an illusion. He was really too strong. Lu Ming did not know how his combat strength was now. 4 types of laws had been perfected and formed a river. 2 types of supreme laws and 2 types of king path laws had tempered his body and saint power 4 times. The power of the fusion of 4 laws at perfection was absolutely terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming had also cultivated the extremity law to an extremely profound level. He was not far from forming a river of laws. When Lu Ming entered this place, he had achieved a breakthrough in his ultimate limit law in 1 year and 3 people. He had attained perfection and his combat strength had soared once again. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming cast the chaos divine palm and maneuvered. The 5 types of nomological laws fused and the world rumbled and exploded like a big bell and drum. It was about to explode. Satisfying, satisfying. After a long while, Lu Ming stopped and heaved a long sigh. His eyes were shining. The pressure in this area was extremely huge, but Lu Ming's physical strength was too strong. He felt that he did not need saint energy. He could withstand it with his physical body and travel far. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do this. Nomological laws at perfection don't seem to be truly at perfection. Then, Lu Ming considered the problem of the law. He had comprehended 5 nomological laws in a row and had a deep feeling. He realized that the so-called perfection of his nomological laws was only the perfection of a certain stage. It was not the end. He could still continue to break through. In reality, he had heard Uncle Kong mention before that laws were the foundation of the world. They were extremely profound and far from simple. The so-called perfection of an emperor-to-be was only the perfection of the first stage. The comprehension of laws was divided into several stages. However, it was extremely difficult to break through. It was difficult for an ordinary void emperor to break through. However, Lu Ming only thought about it casually and did not give it much thought. He was still some distance away from breaking through to the martial supreme realm. I've been here for a year and 3 months. There's not much time left. I won't comprehend other laws for the time being. I'll just consolidate the 5 types of laws I have now and reach the stage where I can break through to the martial supreme realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming set the cultivation direction and continued to cultivate. The mysterious young man Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation. All the talents who entered this world had great gains. Boom! On a rock, a 2 or 3-year-old girl's aura rose dramatically, and her emperors might spread out like the ocean. Not long after, a lightning tribulation descended from the sky, but this little girl easily overcame it. I've finally broken through to the martial supreme realm, chirping. The little girl mumbled. This little girl was Bubbles. In another valley, the lightning tribulation was also rumbling. Not long after, the lightning tribulation disappeared and a young man's figure appeared. It was Muyang. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was the Emperor's might. He had also broken through and reached the martial emperor realm. Ha ha ha. I've finally broken through to the martial supreme realm. I'll definitely turn that brat Tianyun into ashes the next time one see him. Muyang laughed, full of confidence. He had broken through to the martial supreme realm, and his abilities had increased tremendously. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Of course, he did not know that Tianyun was Lu Ming. He only thought that it was Tianyun. Not only them but many others had also broken through. Royal River, Star River, Deathblade and Zhelang. The sons of God were originally in the Emperor-to-be realm, but after accumulating in this world for so long, they broke the shackles and stepped into the martial emperor realm. Some of them even had a breakthrough in their king body and became martial sovereigns. It was extremely difficult to break through from the Emperor-to-be realm to the martial emperor realm. It would take a long time to accumulate energy. It would take a long time to break through if it was in the outside world. However, in this world many people had broken through in just over a year. This was a great opportunity. Yuan Xi and Wu Liang, who had already reached the martial emperor realm, had taken a step further and become even stronger. Everyone was improving, and their strength had increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 1 year and 8 months since he had entered this world. At this moment Lu Ming stopped cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached its limit. He planned to slow down for a while and then try to break through to the martial emperor realm. The energy in this world is extremely abundant. I don't know if there are any natural treasures here. Why don't I take a look? Lu Ming started to think. Other people could not travel far, but he could because his physical strength was too strong. He wanted to walk around. In particular, he found that the place was not flat and had a slope. He was in the middle of the slope and wanted to follow the slope to the top to take a look. Lu Ming started to move. He followed the slope and went up. The slope was not very steep, but it was indeed going upward. Lu Ming realized that the higher he went, the greater the pressure. Although the increase was not huge, it was indeed getting stronger slowly. However, Lu Ming's physical strength was still able to withstand it. Lu Ming walked along the slope for 3 days, but he did not discover anything. It was smooth everywhere and there were no living creatures. He did not see anyone coming in from the outside. Lu Ming guessed that the people who came in from outside might be at the bottom of the slope. Lu Ming walked for another day. He suddenly realized that the ground had become flat. He seemed to have reached the highest point. As far as the eye could see, there were many protruding rocks in front of them like small hills. Of course there were also some mountain peaks, but there was no vegetation. And here the chi of origin of heaven and earth seemed to be even denser. Lu Ming walked forward. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to search. Soon he arrived at a valley. There's someone. When he entered the valley, Lu Ming was shocked because he saw 2 figures. 2 young men who looked to be in their 20s were sitting cross-legged there. Lu Ming had never seen these 2 people before. They were not any 2 of the 320 people who had entered. When they were waiting on the Destiny Mountain, the 320 people had sized each other up. With their memory, they could remember each other after seeing each other once. However, Lu Ming did not have any impression of these 2 young men. One of the 2 young men was wearing a black robe, had black hair, and a cold expression. The other young man had long purple hair, and was extremely handsome. He had an indescribable temperament that people would not forget after one look. Who are they? Why are you here? Lu Ming was very puzzled. Other than the 320 of them, there were others who had entered? At the same time, the 2 young men also saw Lu Ming and looked at him in surprise. Who is he? I've never seen him before. The black-haired youth said, his voice cold and arrogant. The purple-haired young man's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be a prodigy of the primordial realm? I've recently heard that there are some prodigies of the primordial realm that have entered this world to cultivate. Lu Ming was shocked to hear their conversation. What did that mean? The purple-haired young man said that he was a proud son of heaven of the primordial realm. Could it be that the purple-haired young man wasn't from the primordial realm? Could it be the heaven realm? Lu Ming suddenly thought of the heaven. But why would someone from the heaven realm appear here? Where are you from? Heaven realm? Or the primordial realm? The black-haired youth seemed to be interested. Primordial realm, may first ask who you are? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're indeed from the primordial realm. One didn't expect someone from the primordial realm to be able to make it here. It looks like your cultivation isn't weak. I'm really curious. What's the cultivation of the primordial realm's prodigies? The one who spoke was still the black-haired youth. With that, the black-haired young man stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that these two people really came from the heaven realm. At the same time, Lu Ming was speechless. They had just met and this black-haired young man looked like he was about to fight. Boom! The black-haired young man stepped forward, and a powerful aura burst out of his body. It was emperor pressure. The black-haired young man was a martial emperor. Make your move. Let me see your strength. The black-haired young man's footsteps became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. The terrifying power of his palm was aimed at Lu Ming. The power of reincarnation. This is the Son of God. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This black-haired young man's palm contained the law of reincarnation. Boom! Lu Ming made his move as well. He also struck out with his palm. The two of them struck out with their palms, causing a loud boom that shook the entire valley. Not bad again. The black-haired young man continued to strike out with his palms. He struck out dozens of times in a row and the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming circulated the chaos laws to fight against his opponent. After dozens of moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. You're just an emperor to be, but you're so powerful. Your body is so strong. That's impossible. Are you an immemorial body cultivator? No, how can an immemorial body cultivator cultivate laws? The black-robed youth continued to speak, his voice filled with surprise. Even the purple-haired young man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This guy is so strong. Lu Ming was also rather shocked. With his current physical body and saint energy as well as his perfect chaos laws, his combat power was definitely terrifying. However, he could not do anything to this young man. Failed breakthrough. You're not weak either. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was only speaking the truth, but the black-haired young man was not happy. His cold and arrogant face darkened, thinking that Lu Ming had underestimated him. Kid, one didn't use my true strength just now. Do you think you can compete with me? 111 use my full strength now, and see how many moves you can block. The black-haired youth said coldly, his aura even more oppressive. At this moment, the purple-haired young man spoke. Junior brother, don't do anything. It's almost time. The black-haired young man's expression changed. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, I'll let you go this time. Then, he turned around and walked into a cave with the purple-haired young man. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. It seemed that the two young men had been waiting outside the cave for something. It seems like there's some kind of treasure in this cave. Lu Ming pondered and considered for a moment. In the end, he did not enter. The two young men were obviously peerless talents in the heaven realm. Lu Ming did not want to offend them for no reason. Let's leave first and look elsewhere. Lu Ming thought to himself and then turned to leave the valley. At this moment, he found it hard to calm down. It seemed that this place was not simple. There were actually heaven realm geniuses here. Could it be that this corner of the world wasn't taken out by a primordial realm expert, but by a heaven realm expert? Lu Ming's mind was full of thoughts. After that, Lu Ming walked for another 2 days before he finally discovered a strange land in a mountain valley. Here there was a spring that looked like a demonic pool or a spiritual pool. Inside it, innate chi of origin was constantly emitted, and the energy was shockingly high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He planned to let the celestial thearch's body absorb the energy here. As long as the energy in the celestial thearch's body reached a certain level, he would be able to control it. He would not have so many scruples when he did things. Lu Ming immediately took out the celestial thearch's physical body, and began to absorb the energy here by using the technique to control the physical body of heaven and earth. This was the connate chi of origin, and the energy here was frighteningly abundant. As soon as Lu Ming circulated the technique to control the celestial thearch's body, rich energy from all directions gathered toward the celestial thearch's body. Moreover, the quality of the energy here was also very high. The energy storage of the celestial thearch's corporeal body was rapidly increasing. He could feel the energy in the celestial thearch's corporeal body increasing and strengthening at all times. In just a few days, the celestial emperor's corporeal bodis energy had reached 10%. Lu Ming could control it when it reached 10%. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he did not stop. He continued to control the celestial thearch's physical body and absorbed the energy frantically. Since the energy here was so dense, he should absorb more. The more energy it stored, the more powerful the celestial emperor's corporeal body would be. A month later, the energy here had almost dried up. It had been completely absorbed, and the energy in the celestial thearch's body had reached a shocking 36%. One had to know that the celestial thearch's corporeal body had only stored 16% of its energy previously. 36%, the power was absolutely terrifying. It would be great if one could completely replenish the energy of the heaven and earth in my body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was tempted. If the energy in the celestial emperor's body could reach 100%, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in this era where there were no celestial emperors. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He set off immediately to look for other similar spring sources. Unfortunately, this kind of spring was extremely rare. Lu Ming searched for a few days in a row but could not find it. Lu Ming did not give up. He searched for a few more days, more than 10 days in a row, but to no avail. Lu Ming finally gave up. Time was precious here and he could not afford to waste it. Lu Ming began to prepare to break through to the martial emperor realm. He found a hidden place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. A few days later he was at his peak. His essence, energy and spirit were in one. Lu Ming began to break through to the martial emperor realm. To break through to the martial sovereign realm, one had to use the saint heart as the core and the laws as the heart to develop a small world. The laws of a world were the foundation. With the laws, this world could be continuously perfected. Therefore, the first step was to use the laws to form the world core in the saint heart. Then, he would combine the world core and the saint heart to evolve the world. It was like the creation of the world. An ordinary person's breakthrough would use a type of nomoyogical law as the core to evolve the world core. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, one would comprehend other nomoyogical laws and add them into a small world. The more nomoyogical laws one added, the more perfect the small world would be. However, since Lu Ming controlled 5 types of laws, he would have to combine the 5 types of laws to evolve the world core. Otherwise, he would not have been able to succeed if he were to evolve one type of law. Begin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He controlled the 5 types of laws and infused them into his saint heart. He began to evolve the world core. However, at this moment his body trembled violently. He felt as if his saint heart was about to explode. Even his body was about to be torn apart by a wave of energy. He quickly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. How did this happen? Lu Ming's expression was ugly. When he broke through just now, the 5 laws entered his saint heart and collided with each other, producing a terrifying force that almost burst his saint heart and tore his body apart. Could it be that those below the martial supreme realm have cultivated many laws and can't break through to the divine realm? No, I don't believe it. Lu Ming began to regulate his breathing and heal his injured body. After a few days, his injuries had recovered and he tried to break through to the martial emperor realm again. However, he still failed. Impossible. I'll try to evolve the world core with a type of nomoyogical law. Lu Ming was indignant and decided to change his strategy. But he still failed. This was because the 5 types of laws would affect everything. When he controlled one type of law to evolve in the saint heart, 4 of the laws actually entered automatically. He could not control it even if he wanted to and injured Lu Ming again. How did this happen? Lu Ming mumbled in a low voice. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. If he could not break through to the divine emperor realm, it would be a huge blow to him. Maybe my cultivation level isn't high enough and I need to settle down. There might be other ways. One can definitely vindicate my Tao and become an emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Perhaps it was not the time to break through to the emperor realm yet. He would have to wait for a while. However, Lu Ming naturally did not dare to comprehend new laws now. The more laws there were, the more difficult it would be to break through to the martial emperor realm. There's still some time left. Why don't I comprehend the use of nomoyogical laws? I control 5 types of nomoyogical laws. If I can create a corresponding magical power technique, its power will definitely soar. Lu Ming put aside the matter of breaking the monarch and began to consider the problem of his own combat strength. Now his divine power techniques were all divine power techniques with a single law, such as the Chaos Divine Palm, the Chaos Tribulation Finger, the Eye of Death, and the 3 scrolls of the Array Tao. Furthermore, the so-called law fusion was merely a crude fusion of the laws to increase their power. This was the crudest way of using the laws. The real battle begins. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming's usage of the law was like using brute force. He did not unleash the marvelousness of the law at all. He had heard from Uncle Kong that one could comprehend many laws after reaching the martial emperor realm. Different people would naturally have different insights into the laws. The fusion of different laws would also produce different sacred art techniques. Those sacred art techniques contained several different laws, and their power was astonishing. It was not something a sacred art technique with a single law could compare to. A single law sacred art could only be considered a low-grade sacred art. Some laws contained many sacred arts, and their power was simply earth-shattering. There were some ancient sutras above the rank of a martial sovereign that had corresponding records. However, those ancient sutras were all shockingly valuable. There's only a single law divine power art in the chaos scripture. This isn't right. Lu Ming was reminded of the chaos scripture. He guessed that the chaos scripture he had was incomplete. Logically speaking, the chaos scripture was the inheritance left behind by the chaos the arch. It should not only contain low-grade superpowers but also different laws and superpowers that were fused with the chaos laws. Perhaps the chaos scripture one have is really incomplete. Lu Ming pondered. He didn't have the corresponding sacred art on hand, so he could only rely on himself to explore. He spent the rest of his time trying to figure out how to use the different laws. Time passed quickly. 2 years were almost up. After several months of exploration, Lu Ming finally had some gains. He realized that it was too difficult to comprehend any supernormal ability from the laws of chaos and the laws of death. It wasn't just empty talk that the strongest laws were incompatible. However, Lu Ming still managed to create 2 different divine ability techniques that were shockingly powerful. It was a combination of the chaos laws, the Array Tao laws, the engulfing laws, and the extremity laws to create a magical power technique. Lu Ming named it the Chaos Hammer. When he used this move, he could form a giant hammer with shocking power. In addition, he had fused the Death Law, the Devouring Law, the Array Tao Law, and the Extremity Law to create a child prodigy technique. Lu Ming named it the Death Sword. When it was used, it would form a combat sword that could cut through everything. Of course, this was only the initial comprehension. The power of the various laws had not been fully displayed. To be able to reach this stage in such a short period of time, Lu Ming's comprehension ability was already extremely terrifying. As he slowly cultivated and comprehended them, they would become more and more perfect. The mysteries of various nomological laws would burst out, and the power of these 2 moves would become stronger and stronger. However, even though it was only an initial comprehension, it was still much stronger than simply relying on the fusion of laws. This had greatly increased his combat strength. In the 2 years since he entered this world, Lu Ming's combat strength had improved tremendously. It's almost time. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. With his current strength, he was unable to resist this force at all. His body disappeared from where he was standing. The next moment he found himself in a void. There was a huge door of light in front of him. Beside him, figures kept flashing and appeared one after another. He saw Qiu Yu Bubbles and Fengling. He also saw Yuan Xi and Muyang and the others. Muyang's eyes were filled with cold killing intent when he saw Lu Ming. This time he was full of confidence. He had become a martial emperor and his strength had increased tremendously. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with confidence. Everyone had improved greatly. Get out! A voice suddenly came from the sky. It sounded very old. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that the master of this world had spoken. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Lu Ming thought of more things. He had seen 2 heaven's favorites from the heaven realm, so the master of this world must be from the heaven realm. Everyone stepped into the light door and disappeared. During this period, countless people had gathered on Destiny Mountain. There were even more people than 2 years ago. That was because the 2 years were up and the Battle of the 10 Lands was about to begin. Also, how much good fortune did the 320 prodigies obtain after entering the world left behind by the primordial realm? How much did their strength increase? Were there really many people who had already entered the martial emperor realm? Everyone was very curious. In the sky above the mountain peak, figures shrouded in divine light stood there like gods. They were all great emperor realm experts from all over the world. At Mount Yuan, Uncle Kong had arrived and was standing with Emperor Formless. In addition, the great emperors from the Hung family, the He family, and the Tianluo family had all arrived. Not only that, the powerful forces of the various holy lands had also sent many experts. For example, the various powerful forces of the ancient Moon Holy Land had sent people to participate in the first battle of the 10 lands in history. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, a door of light appeared from the depths. It's coming out. Everyone looked at the door of light with anticipation. Not long after, one figure after another walked out of the light door and stood in the void. 320 people, not one more, not one less. There's indeed great progress. Many of them have entered the martial emperor realm. The great emperors and true emperors were all shocked. With the cultivation bases of great emperors and true emperors, it was not difficult for them to see through the cultivation bases of Lu Ming and the rest. They could see through it with one glance. Alright, the 2 years are up. The 10 lands battle is about to begin. Everyone back off. A white-haired old man stepped out and his voice spread in all directions. He was the host of this event, an old monster from the City of Destiny. Everyone stepped back, including the great sovereigns, leaving the Destiny Mountain empty. Then the white-haired old man waved his hand, and light spread over the Destiny Mountain. Stone platforms emerged out of thin air. Each stone platform was huge like a battle platform. It was a total of 320 yuan. The next competition is very simple. Each of you can choose a stone platform and step on it. A formation has been set up on these stone platforms, and they naturally have their own rules of operation. After you step on them, the stone platforms will rotate and move. Whichever 2 stone platforms collide with each other will be the 2 people who will fight until the top 10 are decided. The white-haired elder announced. Everyone's eyes moved. So this was the rule. However, didn't such a rule have a large part in luck? However, many of them had confidence in their eyes. They had enough confidence in their own strength and believed that no matter what kind of opponent they met, they would be able to defeat it. This time, everyone had a great harvest. They were already eager to try and show off their strength in front of countless people. I'll go first. Someone moved. A burly figure rushed onto a stone platform. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Next, everyone moved, each jumping onto a stone platform. Chapter 2107 Dazzling Collision. Lu Ming also randomly chose a stone platform and stepped on it. When Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform, he realized that there was a force from the stone platform that enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a person stood on each of the 320 stone platforms. After that, all the stone platforms began to move slowly, as if following some sort of pattern. Soon, 2 of the stone platforms flew toward the center and collided. On the 2 stone platforms, the 2 young men's eyes met, and they were both filled with a strong desire to fight. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out from the 2 of them, and a long river surrounded them. Emperor-to-be. Both of them were in the Emperor-to-be realm. It's one of the King Path laws, the law of destruction. The 2 of them are the same. Someone shouted, recognizing the laws of the 2. The 2 young men actually controlled the same laws. You're also in control of the laws of destruction, but you're not my match. One of them said confidently. You're the one who's defeated. The other person was also very confident. Boom! The 2 of them were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 king physiques had both reached the Emperor-to-be realm, and their battle strength was very shocking. Furthermore, they had grasped the same type of nomological law, and their cultivation levels were similar. Their combat strength was also not much different. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and it was only after more than 200 rounds of fighting that the victor was decided. In the end, one of them won by a slight margin and defeated his opponent, sending him flying off the stone platform. After his victory, his stone platform flew back to the others, while the stone platform of the defeated person turned into dust and dissipated. The defeated person was extremely unwilling. He had become the first person to be eliminated in the Battle of the 10 Lands. There was a simple rule for this competition. That was, they could admit defeat before the competition. If he didn't admit defeat, he would be responsible for his own life and death once the battle started. Of course, they could also rush down the stone platform and admit defeat. After the first round of the competition ended, the stone platforms began to spin again. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew towards the center and collided with each other. Boom! The 2 young men on the stone platform immediately started fighting. Without a doubt, these were also 2 king physiques. In fact, those who could enter the top 80 in each battle zone all had king physiques, and their cultivation wasn't weak. He cultivated in that corner of the world for another 2 years. Even the worst of them had entered the emperor-to-be realm. Surprisingly, the 2 king physiques controlled the same laws. Could it be because of the stone platform? Ming was reminded of the stone platform. Previously, when he stepped onto the stone platform, there was a wave of energy that enveloped him. Could that energy sense the laws? Or perhaps it had other uses. Not only Ming, but the others also had the same thought. As expected, most of the people who were going to fight next had the same nomological laws. This was to determine the winner between 2 people with the same laws. So strong. They are all emperor-to-be. And it's at the stage where it's about to evolve into a small world, and it's about to verify its Tao and become an emperor. Many people sighed. Indeed, in the past 2 years everyone had made great progress. Many of them had not become saint emperors, but they were close to it. Some of the young men were especially envious. There were some people whose cultivation levels were similar to theirs before, but now there was a huge gap. Some of them were still stuck in the perfected absolute saint realm. Even though a small number of them had broken through to the emperor-to-be realm in the past 2 years, they were still far from being able to evolve a small world. The battle was extremely intense. Each battle had a similar cultivation level and the laws were the same. It would take at least 100 moves to determine the winner. Half a day later, only 10 pairs of people had started to fight. In the 11th match, Ming saw a familiar face. Longchen. Moreover, Longchen had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Years ago, he had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. It was normal for him to take this opportunity to break through. His opponent was also at the martial emperor realm. He was also a person who had mastered the supreme force law. The 2 of them began to collide with each other. However, in the end, Longchen had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant body, which made him more powerful. He defeated his opponent in a violent manner. This was the first time that a battle of the same law and level had such a huge difference in strength. The bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts is indeed extraordinary indeed. It's said that the further you advance, the more extraordinary you will be. After you reach the rank of a martial supreme, you'll be even stronger. Some of the older generation were discussing. The battle continued. After that, Ming saw Desolate Power Luoxiang Qiuyu and the rest all enter the arena. Huangli Luoxiang Qiuyu and the others had all broken through their shackles and reached the martial emperor realm. They were now 1-star void emperors. They had also defeated their opponents. However, everyone could see that most of the duels were about the same nomological law, but it was not absolute. There were also duels between different nomological laws. It was very exciting. Ming's eyes were dazzled because he saw all kinds of king path laws. Today was indeed a great era. In the past, there were very few king path laws, but now they had all appeared. The battles continued for several days, and people were eliminated one after another. There were no rules for duels. It wasn't like you could wait for the others to finish their duels before it was your turn. Some people had just finished 10% of the battles, and after a few rounds it was his turn again. It was completely determined by the stone platform's autonomous movement. Some people were unlucky and met a terrifying heaven's favorite right from the start. For example, some people were defeated by Yuan Xian, Wu Liang, an ancient devil in one move. Lu Ming also saw Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Mal making a move. After all, the two of them had only cultivated for a short period of time, and were considered to be rising stars. They had not broken through to the martial supreme realm, but they had already reached the stage of evolving a small world. They were only one step away from the martial supreme realm. They would be able to break through after consolidating their strength for a while. They had also easily defeated their opponents. As the stone platform moved, Lu Ming drifted forward and collided with another stone platform. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming's first opponent was a king physique that was only at the emperor-to-be realm. Do you want to admit defeat? Lu Ming asked seriously. Lu Ming did not have much interest in a king body at the emperor-to-be realm. The difference was too great. If you want me to admit defeat, we'll have to see if you have the ability. The other party sneered. He was a young man wrapped in a black robe. His face was pale and he took out a staff. Curse weaken. Curse poison. Curse corrosion. The young man took action immediately. He waved his staff and streams of energy suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body, enveloping him. This is the law of curses. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. The law of curses was an extremely rare king path law. It was very strange and powerful. With the power of curses, it could kill people without them noticing. There were waves of strange energy on his body, desperately drilling into Lu Ming's body. An ordinary king's body would not be able to withstand it. However, to Lu Ming this was nothing. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.